Hello, YouTube, too. How is everyone doing today? Uh, I know we're still waiting for some folks to make their way on in. But it's gonna be a good time. It's been a hot second since I played it. I did just a tiny bit to warm up, so do not expect too much gameplay quality from me today because oh boy, did it not go super good. Uh, it even swapping to Reaper, I did not do a great job at the platforming. We succeeded, but it took way too long. So don't just work with me here, okay? Terralingua, Jalrin, how are you doing? Okay, so before we hop into the game, though, well, it's been a busy week, largely in not very great ways. Largely not in amazing ways. But it's been a lot, and that's something. So, before we get to the game, to all that stuff today, in no particular order, I've got to swap off of. I've got to swap off of this awkward recorder thing. YouTube people, you don't have to worry about that. But Twitch, the remixes go crazy, but sometimes the remixes don't hit. So let's swap those to a different track, and then we'll get going. So, first off, a man I'm sad about this one. Dr. Jane Goodall passed earlier this week. That makes me so sad. I mean, right, on the one hand, she has looked ancient for many years, and 91 is, by all accounts, an extraordinary, long, and fulfilling life. But right above my hair, right above the bit of my hair that's standing up, you see that little monkey guy? You see that little guy? That's from when I met Dr. Goodall. That was maybe 9 or 10, and she gave a talk in Boulder, and I got to actually go up there and listen to her talk. And so I actually got to meet her once. And before I was interested in doing history, I wanted to do primatology because of Dr. Goodall. So it's like was a very formative influence, and to hear that she passed is sad, right? Even if there's also gratitude for the lives they led and all of that, right? I think there's room to also be sad, Secret Satan. Because it is someone who is deeply formative, right? Who was deeply formative on me. And yeah, there's room for both. So they just want to acknowledge that one because, like, I don't often get hit hard by celebrity deaths, but that one got to me. And yeah, I think we should remember her for exactly as radical as she actually was. So yeah, apparently I've forgotten I also had a picture signed by her, but my parents have it. They're going to be bringing it down next week. So I'll have that too. And that'll be nice. Anyway. So that was news one, and it's like, oh, that one's... I don't even remember what she was talking about. I just remember she was very, very kind. And even though she was clearly very tired, because she was like... This was... 15, 20 years ago? So, she was in her 70s and was clearly tired by like 9:30 at night when the talk was wrapping up, and still made time for everybody in that room who wanted to chat with her. And that's pretty cool. But yeah, then it's also been a busy week in terms of other news. So, I should probably swap the Twitch category over to just chatting for a moment, because this may take a moment to get through. But you know it, you hate it. It's time to be angry at AI time. That's right. You thought you signed on to Silksong stream. You signed on to getting mad at AI because AI continues to be bad, and there keeps being attempts to do things with it. And I'm mad at this one because it almost looks like it functions. Let me hide this then, so we can see this. So this is a project I learned about earlier this week. Started up a month ago, but I only learned about it this week, and therefore it's time to get mad at it together. So, the short version here is that the University of Zurich, a couple of folks there, have tried to create an AI image generation model that does not have the anachronistic hallucinations of doom and gloom that other image generation softwares have. Right now, this is where I really wish if there are any classicists around. This is where I could use you guys actually getting very far into the nitty gritty, because it's hard to land that. Ugh. This dude's same. You sorry you're lost? Who passed on? Dr. Jane Goodall, Elin. Noted, like, incredibly important primatologist known for her work on chimpanzee anthropology in the 60s, and long-term climate activist. So, that monkey up on the top of my overlay, or on top of my bookshelf, is one that I got when I met her. And so it made me sad. She was 91. She had an incredible life by all measures. But yeah. They still managed to look like screenshots from Hollywood movies, right? So, AI image generators sometimes take serious liberties, understatement of the year. With history, researchers in classical studies have now developed a tool that creates images of antiquity that are grounded in history, offering fresh insights and perspectives. So, 2 of a triumph. 1 of presumably 2 priestesses, and 1 of some people playing dice in a Roman military camp. Wait, shouldn't the dice look different if we made a bone? So, Felix Meyer and Philip Strobel have developed Re-Experiencing History, a platform that uses artificial intelligence to depict images depicting the world of ancient Greece and Rome. To create the platform, they combined 3 AI models, which they had trained on research literature and ancient sources to generate scientifically sound images. Most mainstream AI image generators draw modern references and glossy visuals, which can lead to absurd results. One early Tesla system generated an image of triumphal procession parading through the streets of ancient Rome, with spectators holding their smartphones in the air. So, yeah. The AMF used pictures of modern-day papal processions. The people were all very muscular, and Rome looked far too clean. It wasn't easy to make the city look dirtier and get average-looking people. Hey, chat. Define fucking average. Hey, chat. Define average. Anyone know what we need to be mad about? It's pretty easy. There it is. Now I'm peering pretty closely at all these people, and they're all fucking white for ancient Rome. Like, bro. Bro, what? Uh-huh. Tools designed for use in 3 areas: research, education, museums. Enables historians to develop new perspectives. If we want to create an image of Roman triumph, we now have to ask ourselves concrete questions. How clearly can the triumphator be seen among the jubilant crowd? How was victory staged? And what route did the procession follow? 20 years ago, the historical TV drama Rome raised similar questions about the daily lives of common people. Maya cites the influential historian R.G. Collingwood, who argued that historical understanding requires reenacting past experiences. So, Rome, USA, Rome and London. Rome and London had a significant Northern African military presence. Like, bro. Also, immediate problem. This can be particularly effective in educational settings. When high school students are tasked with depicting the coronation of Charlemagne, the platform lets them dive right into the action and raises important questions. For example, how did the Pope position himself to appear larger than the Emperor? Since when is Charlemagne ancient Roman? Like, bro, your assumptions, if your data set's trained on Rome, the frickin' 9th century ain't going to work like that, dude. Society's definition of average is changing. What are they going to do? Yeah. Yeah. And thank you, by the way, Elin, for the kind words. When used properly, it can help users realize that recording history always involves a degree of interpretation. Bro, these fucking sandals. Why is this always what we're talking about? I can still make mistakes when prompted to generate images based on historical context, but the researchers view these errors as opportunities to learn rather than shortcomings. These inaccuracies and imperfections may provide valuable learning experiences. Our method gives rise to new questions, even if not all Roman sandals in the image happen to be depicted accurately. Like, this is wild. Like, so, during the promotion of Rome 2 Total War, this was a famously something that the Steam forums latched onto, is that the caligae, the military sandals, were incorrect. Like, why is this what we always latch onto? Mayon and Strobel appear to hope to achieve a similar outcome through planned collaboration with museums in which visitors will be able to use the platform to generate their own images based on selected exhibition topics. In line with participating museum practices, they create small exhibitions within the exhibition. Hi, gang. I know so many museums that would jump on this. As a museum professional, like, yeah, I know people would jump on this. The problem is, as a curator of a stamp collection reminded me recently, curation involves having a collection, the physical markers of the past. And this is not, there's nothing physical about these markers of the past. So there is no exhibition within the exhibition to create. Anyway. The platform is open to all members of University Zurich. It's only one of many digital projects. And the AI Ancient Studies Lab. That's a terrible name. Several people are currently working on an AI support database that translates text. That was produced in a podcast and talks related to antiquity. Ugh. 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 So, right, what are our problems? What are our problems? Some folks are already saying some of them. Well, sorry. I clicked over way. One, this is attempting to solve one particular problem within AI image generation, which is the hallucination. It does not solve the other ethical problems. In other words, we're trying to find a use case sufficiently powerful enough to justify the exploitation. And it's like, no, don't do that. Just don't do that. If you can't solve, while this solves one of the ethical things, given that the model is trained on a curated body of historical texts, and so it is a closed data set where you could ensure the copyright is correct for all of those. Ugh. It doesn't fundamentally solve the fact that all of the photorealistic material that they are trying to describe here had to come from other people's work, other people's intellectual property. Problem two, while they say, oh yes, not everything needs to be accurate in order to be useful and interesting, which is true and fair and reasonable. That is a true sentence, right? You can work with things that get stuff wrong as a useful form of teaching historical principles. That's not how people engage with AI. I've not really seen any data that suggests that people engage with AI image generation in that critical way. And so, the moment this escapes containment and becomes a historically accurate AI image generator, those inaccuracies get codified as being fine. This already happens, right, with television. This is not a new phenomenon. Hi. People already commented these look like HBO's Rome. There's a freaking reason it looks like HBO's Rome, and that's because the aesthetic defined by HBO's Rome is the dominant contemporary image language of ancient Rome. with a side point of museum artifacts in the current state that they are in 2,000 years after the fact. So, can anyone point to me in the image here? I can spot several factual inaccuracies even as a non-specialist. Even as a non-specialist, I can spot several inaccuracies. Does anyone know one of them? It's better suited to assist and improve our current resources and research processes rather than defining our sources. I'm not even really persuaded that it improves our current processes. I was talking to my dad about this. He works in finance, finance tech. And they came up with an AI process for code generation that could generate the code faster, but literally every second of save time in the actual writing of the code was made up for in needing to find the fact that it was an inelegant solution that needed a lot of refinement. So your gains in one area of process got made up for in slowdown in a second area of process. So we literally just we saved no time and spent a lot of money. And that seems to be the case with a lot of history or cultural resource adoption of AI too, is that it saves, if we're generous, time frame measured in minutes, not hours, and costs a lot of money and doing stuff. Ooh, are we criticizing LLMs? We're criticizing a new one that claims to be more historically accurate. But we always criticize it because every time they do something new, it merits criticism. Yeah. You presume no color anywhere is one of them. They did paint their marbles. Yes. And in fact, Isabel, you are exactly right. If you look right there where the cursor is, we see a color fragment on the side of the plaster. What that means is, clearly they showed examples in the image of fragments of pigment left over on museum pieces, and they just copied that. But the Corinthian capitals should be painted. The reliefs in here were, at least some of them were likely painted. It's having its own evidence of paint along some of the residential buildings in there. So other things, the triumphant general is driving the chariot themselves rather than having a driver and an enslaved attendant. Yeah, where are the enslaved people in these? Right, where are the captors and the enslaved people and the treasure carts in these marches? Oh yeah, by the way, this one gets it right, but it kind of gives up a third of the way down. Kind of gives up. Their face doesn't have the red face paint, which was toxic, etc., etc. And armbands, not so much a thing. Where are your Opsy days? Everyone knows there are no slaves in Rome, slash sarcasm. Right? Everyone knows that. Oh, this one has vocals. YouTube, ignore. Don't worry about it. Twitch, we're skipping that track. The street is way too wide? Not necessarily. For most streets in Rome, yes. For, like, entering the Forum, not necessarily. Hostages. Opsides is the word for hostage, noob girl. So these would be enslaved right, captives taken from the elites of the conquered people who are forced in shackles to be marched in front as part of the triumph. It helps you and some of your colleagues in editing and improving lesson plans because it's in special ed sector with little time on hand. Certainly, right. There are sectors in which time constraints are so limited that any time save is valuable. I would be curious actually how much you find, are the lesson plans more polished, or do they actually have better results with your student body? Can't help but notice that the crowd is all men, at least in this picture. Yeah, everyone who is identifiable and not just a vague blob of people is male. You're pretty sure Cleopatra's triumphant from the freaking Liz Taylor movie shows slaves? Yeah. This would be time dependent, but marble and stone versus brick? Yeah, very time dependent, also geography dependent, right? If we're in a temple district, you may be seeing more marble and stone. But depending on how far that winds into the insulae, outside of the Capitoline and Palatine, you'd absolutely be seeing brick. Right? There are so many still, right? Well, this is quote unquote grounded. There's still an awful lot of questions. Also, just fully get going silly with it. What time period is this supposed to be? What, right? I mean, they have the Lorica segmentata, so this is clearly supposed to be early Imperial. But if we're trying to generate something for late antiquity, and they give us a Lorica segmentata instead of chainmail, I'm gonna have feelings. Also, these dice look bad. So, on a just raw nitpicking accuracy level, this is still quite far off from our best guess of historical reality. Right? That's my takeaway on this. Is that they're really tiny dice. Hang on. That guy in the middle has a stupid haircut. That guy in the guy on here and the guy here have exactly the same haircut. Like, they are the same. Those two, if you said, hey, those are brothers, I'd be like, yes, they are. These are the most generic-ass looking white people I've ever seen. This guy's also their brother. He is just like 10 years younger. I don't know how they all met. I mean, mostly it's just that he's going bald. He's going badly bald. So his hairline has receded on the sides and not on the front yet. It's just quite thin on the ground. Quite thin on the scalp. But is that the actual haircut? Is that a thing? Do we know that? I don't know, but it's worth asking. Yeah, don't worry about it. Elin, that is a long-term thing. But this is a community that is kind of in many ways justifiably, I think, AI haters. And so actually getting examples of cases where it is genuinely helping people will make our discussions more nuanced. And so if you are seeing that impact, don't be afraid to speak up, even as we're lambasting so many of these other projects for being poorly conceived. But yes, unfortunately, right, I'll be curious to see the responses on that, because, like, I am always curious to see what design ideas end up really working in museums. But one of my current big gripes with the American Alliance of Museums is that they are relatively pro AI in that office. And I don't like it. I think it's bad. I think it's discrediting our own work as museum professionals. And I think I've not seen any of these tools that really have the punch that I want to see. But I am not all curators and I am not all visitors. And so I, dedicated go to museum everywhere I go person, and criticize them how they're building their exhibits. It's like, yeah. Will it be a more accurate depiction of Roman civilians? You'd like to have an obvious visual comparison. Let me see what I can find. Because, of course, a lot of it relies on actual primary sources, which is going to be difficult. You'll get some things in frescoes from the period, but, like, there's going to be those are going to have big biases. Still, though, you might have something like this, which is from Pompeii, because Pompeii is so useful for this. These are not, these would be laborers. These are not elite people. So, one thing where I'm immediately seeing, actually, our color palettes exist, right? Browns and oranges and more browns and more browns. Red is for the soldiers. Where are the blues and the greens? Right? Where are the blues and greens and yellows? Right? Where is our seasonal variation? Right? Is this supposed to be wool? Is this supposed to be linen? You certainly don't get any hint from the vaguely piss-colored sky that exists on that image. But, you know, if this is supposed to be winter in Rome, then these folks would all be wearing different things. Presumably the fact they're all wearing short sleeves says that this is summer. Which happens. Triumphs happen to all times of year. But also, yeah, the general is not wearing the toga. Wait, hang on just a very basic thing. He's not wearing the purple toga. That's annoying. And of course, we don't have amazing depictions, primary depictions of triumphs, right? So if we had to, like, the triumph of from the sacking of Jerusalem. Whoops. On the Arch of Titus. We obviously don't have a lot of detail for a lot of things here. This is not all that useful. Because it is awfully damaged. But this is sort of the space in which we're working in. So there's also, I think, a fair question on, is this not enough people? And how is that delineation done? Does he have laurels on his head? He does. Well, he has something that vaguely approximates laurels. The guy in this image more clearly has something that I would interpret as a laurel wreath. This looks like more that it's like cypress or cedar. But it's supposed to be laurels. This is only kind of related to the topic, but it's on your mind. How much of proper Roman culture has we figured out, like using Italian culture as a basis to reverse engineer from something? Cultures change a lot over time, but some of the DNA can be traced back, right? A lot of it is coming out of primary sources. There's definitely some spots where we can identify cultural continuity regarding some foodstuffs, right? We have to be very careful with foodstuffs because pasta is not popular in Rome. Tomato sauce obviously doesn't exist. Cheap access to cheese, potentially quite limited, especially for laborers who are largely subsisting on bread and not much else. In the Arch of Titus, Elon? That one? The menorah that stood in the Second Temple in Jerusalem? Yeah, yes, correct. Yeah, so this was taken from the temple. Because Titus, yeah, this was Roman Judea revolted 3 separate times in the first 150 years of Roman rule. And after the first time, Roman oppression, very well documented. They did not like Jewish populations at all. And Judea revolted a bunch of times. So this would be the first one, the first major revolt, where the Emperor Titus smokes the city, ransacks the temple, and steals pretty much everything that's not nailed down. This amazingly does not endear the Jews to the Roman overlords. And so in the 130s, there's another major revolt. As around this time, my interpretation actually is that Christian rituals tended to move towards Sunday, right around this time, because that's when we get our first textual descriptions of Christian worship occurring on Sundays instead of on Saturdays on the Shabbat. And I would interpret that as being largely one of the several strategies early Christian populations took to differentiate themselves from the currently actively revolting Jewish population. This amazingly somehow did not preserve them when Diocletian started doing the lion hunts. You know, looking at the left chariot, it looks more like it's from a romantic painting than HBO. Yeah, there's a mix of sources in here. But, like, they don't... Let's see if we have a good iteration. That's Marcus Aurelius. So, right, we don't really know if that's gold. But, like, it's not coming from nowhere. Like, it's not coming from nowhere here. Anyway. Right, I don't want to yell about this all day. But I do like yelling about it. So... Gilded wood carving is a thing at the time? I don't actually know. Classicists, that's the question for y'all. I would assume it is at least plausible, but so overall here my complaints, my reasons why I still think this is bad. One, in claiming to try and solve one problem, it completely fails to address any of the other fundamental problems with AI, and especially AI image generation, regarding intellectual property, ethics, and environmental impact. Two, it's not good at solving the problem that it claims to be solving. And while they emphasize the importance of guidance to move from grounded recreation and reenactment into historical understanding and historical method training, that's not how people engage with this. And so if this ever gets a public release, this is going to be used as an be-all end-all answer rather than a starting point. That's simply, like, we're not addressing the human psychology of AI queries for a vast majority of the population, and just asserting, well, this has to be used carefully, is not actually building in a safeguard to address human psychology. 3, even before we have a public release, we are immediately having scope creep. We are immediately having scope creep. This is a set that is supposed to do image generation of ancient Greece and Rome, and their example in the article press release announcing it is Charlemagne. Now, contrary to what Charlemagne said, you may be interested to learn that he was in fact not Roman, and he did not live during ancient Roman times. Bro couldn't even read Greek. He sucked at it. His own biographer makes fun of him for being atrocious at Greek. And reading in general, but like especially Greek. Well, coming in slightly late, that's certainly a statement to get smacked in the face. Charlemagne had the gift of ready and fluent speech and could express whatever he had to say with the utmost clearness. He was not satisfied with command of his native tongue merely, but gave attention to the study of foreign ones, and in particular was such a master of Latin that he could speak it as well as his native tongue. But he could understand Greek better than he could speak it. King spent much time and labor studying rhetoric, dialectics, and astronomy. He learned to reckon and used to investigate the motions of the heavenly bodies most curiously with an intelligent scrutiny. He also tried to write, and used to keep tablets and blanks in bed under his pillow, that at leisure hours he might accustom his hand to form the letters. However, as he did not begin his efforts in due season but late in life, they met with ill success. This is from Einhardt's Life of Charlemagne. Bro said he could speak Frankish and Latin, and he could muddle his way through Greek, but he couldn't write worth a damn. Don't worry, Jakista. Einhard wrote this after Charlemagne died. And he and Charlemagne were actually like IRL buddies. Like, there is a genuine friendship here. He's not really at risk of getting killed by Louis the Pious. But, you know, bleh. On this note, let's see. Charlemagne crowned emperor. When he was made his last journey there, he had other ends in view. The Romans had inflicted many injuries upon the Pontiff Leo, tearing out his eyes and cutting out his tongue, so it had been complied to call upon the king for help on November 24th, 800. Charles accordingly went to Rome in order to set to order the affairs of the church, which were in great confusion, and passed the whole winter there. It was then he received the titles of Emperor and Augustus, to which at first he had such an aversion that he declared he would not ascend the church the day they were conferred. This is lying. This is propaganda. He bore very patiently with the jealousy which the Roman emperors showed upon him, the Byzantine emperors, by the way, upon his assuming the style, for they took the step very ill, and by dint of frequent embassies and letters in which he addressed them as brothers, he made their haughtiness yield to theirs magnanimity, yada yada yada, yada yada, yada yada. This is Einhard doing a propaganda, but the sentence of how did the Pope make himself appear superior to Charlemagne is not necessarily coming out of our medieval sources. Instead, what they actually want you to be doing is criticizing this painting. Like, was Roman Mediterranean-based culture an empire? Yes. So most Romans from the Imperial have dark hair and olive skin. They'd have all sorts of skin tones because they're Mediterranean, but with extensive travelers. The farther south identified Roman settlement is in southern Morocco. So you're having plenty of travel from what we would consider sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East as far, right, Parthia, the Axum, modern Ethiopia, potentially as far away as India. You also have Bretons, Gauls, German tribes, and Thracians traveling to Rome, living their lives there, not always voluntarily, oftentimes as enslaved or descendants of enslaved people, and living their lives there. So people born and raised in Rome of Italic or Etruscan heritage would likely look a lot like, not that far different from modern Italians or Greeks. But there's a huge array of skin tones available in Rome. Notably, right, the Emperor Septimius Severus was by our standards black. Let me make sure that's him. Yeah. He was born in Libya. So, while his portraiture doesn't actually look at that, it is likely that he would be, right, according to a modern American conception, black. But yeah, right? So when they're describing, when this article is describing this, they're actually criticizing this painting from 1861. You could just do that. You could just do that. You don't need to have them generate images and then try to unpack the critical, the various questions in that prompt writing. You can have them do it. Now, right, I could see a universe in which the act of iterating on prompts could be carefully guided and do all sorts of stuff, but I really don't like it. I think there's ways to do that already without needing this. Anyway, Phil McCracken, thank you so much for the follow right now. I super appreciate that. So, yeah. The thing that annoys me the most here, right? Pay artists. I mean, yes. Meet with reenactment groups? Definitely. The reenactment groups are so generous and will often volunteer their time. And, I mean, right, if you're an adjunct professor with a class budget of the $5 in quarters that someone found laying around, pay an artist to design these lessons is not actionable. Caffeine! Great. Museum professional to museum professional. We're being mad about quote-unquote historically accurate or historically grounded AI that they insist that the University of Zurich folks who are working on it insist will be useful in museums. According to students' feedback, the tool made them view Roman trials in an entirely new light. Meyer and Strobel hope to achieve a similar outcome through a planned collaboration with museums in which visitors will be able to use the platform to generate their own images based on selected exhibition topics. In line with participatory museum practices, they can even create small quote exhibitions within the exhibition. Please tell me this isn't a full professor. It's 2 full professors. One in the comp sci department, one in the classics department. Giant dinosaur noises. Everyone, scream into the void. 3, 2, 1. Gosh, where do we even start with unpacking? This is such a professor. Oh! Caffeine! The deep and abiding horror that just reading that sentence inflicted on me. Holy shit. That might be the worst thing I've read today, and I just had to go through this whole article. I don't enjoy any of that. I don't enjoy that at all. Oh, I super don't enjoy that. What is our world coming into? True. A lot of people have spent a lot of money, right? I mean, this to me strikes me as a classic example of you are not immune to propaganda. In that a lot of people who should know better are far too bullish on this topic because people have spent a lot of money trying to convince people to be bullish on this topic. Right? That's what this is. And so the universities are spending squadrillion dollars on it for no anything of benefit. Right? This is not... Ultimately, my problem with this, in addition to the problems we laid out earlier, is that this doesn't actually fill a need better than existing tools. It is doing things we are already capable of doing, but slightly faster and significantly worse. So your colleagues and you have a monthly lunch and learn, and time before last was on Rust. Good presentation, but the presenter used Gen AI cartoons to liven up the presentation. Yike. I mean, did you see the last AAM newsletter that went out? With its Gen AI cover? Kind of the curiosities, but Gen AI, and so the bird had like its beak melted into the frame, and it was deeply distressing. And, like, it wasn't even a good render. And that was the most infuriating part about that one, is not only was it Gen AI, but it was an obviously cheap, we spent 3.5 seconds proofing it cover, and it was so bad. Well, you're here with the GIMP editing group photo for your church? Because someone blinked? Because someone always blinked? No, this was the physical, bi-monthly. Ba 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 ba. Where is it? Resources, the museum magazine. Oh, good. I've got an example of it. Hold. Yep. Hork. There it is. Let me zoom in on this, chat, so you can all don't thank me, because you shouldn't thank me for this, because it's gonna be no one's gonna have a good time about this. How's that? Oh, good. You managed to actually pull the image, which is significantly better. Thank you. Let me shrink that back down to reasonable size. There we go. Thank you, Caffeine, for finding the image so we can all suffer together. It's so bad. This is, by the way, the professional organization for United States museums. Just by the way. Now look, I love museum work. I will do very few other things in my life, except work in museums or adjacent things. But let me not pretend here that museums are perfect or that museum professionals don't have bad takes. What is up with that bird's beak? As I said, the most insulting thing here is not just that this is Gen AI, but that this is a shitty render by Gen AI standards. I like meh. So this is the thing, right? Basically, find a millennial with GIMP, it'll go so much better. True. Right, so basically, the problem is like, hey, recognizing that AI, people are asking historical queries to Gen AI. trying to solve that by panicking and doing mass adoption. And it frickin' sucks. Because the solution is not demonstrating that the real is so much better and finding ways to make the real equally accessible and equally promotable as the Unreal, is to just mass adopt the bullshit. Right? The only way you can see an ethical use of Gen AI is if you hired artists to generate a body of work that you use to train the model. And even that's a stretch, right? Because, yeah, ultimately that solves one aspect. But it feels like solving the problems pulls in so many directions. Right? So, creating a custom dataset when... Because the problem, I guess, the problems as a whole. One, if you're trying to take a pre-existing kind of algorithm and put that in, you've already got ethical concerns around security, storage of generation, data centers, etc. Plus the shitty company whose stock you're helping go up. That's all one direction. The quality of the source model set that you're then using is another direction. If we're, for us, the historical accuracy is a third direction, unless if you're going to very carefully coach all of these artists in order to produce pieces that are like maximally historically accurate to do things. And the cost pulls in a fourth direction. And anytime you're moving in a direction that improves the situation at one of those, you're making the other three problems bigger. Right? The more I think on it, it's like, fundamentally, these ethical and logistical concerns, especially for use in cultural heritage, fundamentally, any project that makes progress on one makes the other ones worse. Or ignores them entirely, which makes them worse. And so I think there's just always going to be bouncing around with a lot of these tools that are just indefensible. Because you're like, oh, we did something this direction, and we like did that. It's like, well, now would you create something that's not useful for the purpose that you wanted to do it? It's like, well, but we did that. It's like, okay, but you just tried to strip a second, right? You used the pre-existing image generation software, which means that you have the bullshit of Silicon Valley that you're now not engaging with. Or we made something that's maximally easy to use, and it's like, oh, you did mass plagiarism. You want to hear a person for Gen AI that I absolutely slapped the person for? Absolutely not. Give it to me now. Give it to me. I do not want to hear it, but I am asking you to tell it to me. I love suffering. Hi, what AI screaming did I miss? The University of Zurich did a stuff. Right, you agree about public domain stuff, but you know what I find extremely shitty about this situation? The fact that it's hard to identify what is public domain stuff in a school setting. Absolutely. Thank God for Wikimedia Commons. Elin, caffeine. Jesus Christ, dude. Go. Sorry. I. This is supposed to be defend? You see, hi, Steve. University of Zurich did the bullshit, and I'm mad about it. Yeah. University of Zurich said, hey, what if we created a generative AI image model that hallucinated less? Didn't hallucinate, just hallucinated less. And they're saying, oh, this is so good. So we spent some quality time on this image being like, hey, how many errors can we find? We're at like, what, 15? Painting, right? They did it right there. Right, they've got painting on the temples here, but then they don't over here on the capitals. So it's like, hey, fuck you. Second, the outfit on the Triumphator is wrong in like 4 different ways. Thirdly, everyone in this crowd is male and white. Fourthly, the textiles make little sense and don't line up with depictions of summer outfits on frescoes in Pompeii, etc. Fifth, there's no hostages in this triumphal parade. Sixth, that laurel wreath is not made out of laurel leaves, it looks more like cedar. Seventh, I have no idea where the hell in Rome this is supposed to be, or if it's even, like, supposed to be on... Given that we know the route for most of them from the Campus Martius into the Forum pretty well, I have no idea where the shit this is supposed to be. And, this is clearly supposed to be early Imperial, given the Lorica Segmentata, but I'd be curious to see if you specify the Triumphal Parade in the 4th century, if they'd swap these guys out for chainmail, or if they'd have Lorica Segmentata. Right, it looks like the Arch of Augustus at the bottom of the Forum, but, like, I don't think these are the buildings that surround the Arch of Augustus at the bottom of the Forum. Well, fair enough, but you presume they're putting in the 2nd century. Yeah, right? This looks like it's a late 1st or early 2nd century triumphal parade, but as I said, right? This is not strictly an error so much as if you limit test this, how quickly does it fall apart? Also, by the way, Steve, you might get a kick out of this one, given that you're the Total War player. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Our method gives rise to new questions, even if not all Roman sandals in the image happen to be depicted accurately. We're bringing the Rome 2 Steam Forum callbacks here for no reason. For no discernible reason, we have a Rome 2 Steam Forums moment. It'll be devil's advocate here. Are any of the buildings real, like actually in real life? Oh, sure. Steve, I'm not going to dispute that. Right? I had to sit and actually look at these for a while before I started really feeling this still has serious issues, both in terms of accuracy and in terms of utility, because it is such a step up from the ones that are publicly available. The problem is that the bar was in hell. So, meh. That comment kills you, right? It's such a snarky bullshit comment. Amazing. You need to talk to find out some bits, you'll be typing all day. Well, I mean, you free, dude? Like, if you're free and not a computer, I'll give you a ring. Ah, you're grading. Hell yeah. Amazing. Oh boy, a crossover episode. True. On that note, also, you should go follow Steve, because Steve also streams, and is very cool, and does all the strategy games that I don't do, and actually does classics, which I don't, and it's rad. Hello. Let's make sure you're audible over, Alright, let's try that.
First thing that comes up is ancient Rome images, and I was like, God damn.
Yep. So, yep. No, that's sorry. I'm not sorry because I learned about this earlier this week and have been mad about it since I learned about it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Very quickly for anyone on my end who doesn't know you, give a rundown of who you are, what you do.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course.
Spur of the moment.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, much love. Hey guys, so I'm Steve. Hi Wolfie. Much love, buddy. I'm a professional archaeologist and a PhD researcher currently in Canada, and I focus on the Republican Roman period. And I can turn up my mic if that's easier.
Nope, I've got plenty of space on my OBS, so I'll turn you up there.
Okay, yeah. So I'm a PhD researcher and an professional archaeologist and Roman historian. I focus on the kind of mid-Republican Roman period, but I'd be very comfortable talking about anything from archaic Greece all the way up until kind of the start of the late antiquity. So kind of the Constantine. I usually run out of steam when you get me to Constantine. So everything in the middle there, I'm pretty comfortable with. So yeah, that's the brief rundown of me.
Amazing. So
I like them visually. I just want to put that out there. I saw the four of them and I was like, that's not the worst thing I've ever seen from a first glance.
Right, and that was sort of my reaction too when I first saw them on, I think, Wednesday. I was like, oh, these are a huge step up. I mean, right, it took some sitting with, the one here with the priestesses to go, oh, right, I looked at it, I was like, oh, those are the right primary colors. You can see the pediment is painted, blue background, red and white figures, and it's like, okay. And then I sat with it longer, and, there's some practical questions I'd have, especially if these are supposed to be sacrificial, right? If they're, what are those, ketons, are supposed to be, reused in rituals involving sacrifices. I have some questions about the
Yeah.
cleanliness, how well that wipe will preserve.
Well,
The
see,
paint makes no
if it's
sense,
all
but
supposed to be Rome, my guess would be that we're priestesses or Vestal virgins or
yeah.
something to that effect. Um, in which case, my first question there, if we're being a little bit, if we're being pedantic, we're being
Oh
picky.
yes,
Yeah,
100% we're being
okay.
picky.
So the likelihood is that they're going to be younger, attractive women if they're Vestal virgins, not
Uh huh.
older women. That's one thing that we should probably acknowledge is that we don't have very firm accounts of the Vestal virgins in any single source. We have a kind of a grouping of a couple of smaller sources and references. And of course the most famous thing is we have the buried alive if you're if you break your celibacy vow, the famous punishment of the Vestal virgin. But for the vast majority, we get the impression that they. I don't know whether there's some sort of retirement policy for Vestal virgins, probably not. But we see it seems to be the turnover is between adolescent girls until girls in their early 40s. That seems to be where the sweet spot sits with Vestal virgins because they're supposed to be fertile women attending to the fertility of Rome, like the lifeblood of the state. And so there's an insinuation in the sources that as soon as they go past ages capable of bearing children, that there's potentially some sort of like stepping aside into more of an administrative role rather than a direct Vestal Virgin role. So that is something that could potentially be an issue there because the female figure on the left, I would assume, is probably above the age of 40, judging by that. But I can't, we're making a presumption there. But
Yep.
that would be something that I would possibly point out as a question mark.
Yes. I would agree on that. And there's so little visibility in terms of like what the actual ritual context is that it's
Oh
hard to
yeah.
make any great statements as to who are these supposed to be, what's actually going on in this scene, to be able to
Yeah.
evaluate its veracity or closeness to our source record, because it's being very careful about what it is and is not showing
Mm,
in any
mm.
particular scene.
For sure. I do like so they've got a very good representation of the Dark Order behind them there, painted or not. You've got metopes, triglyphs, you've got beautiful differentiation between the
Mm-hmm.
two. You've got a lovely illuminated pedimental frieze. And then on top of that you have, which is something that people so when you think about painted marble, particularly voluted columns, people think, "Oh, was the whole column painted, ochre red or something?" But realistically, it was actually the upper or lower portions which were painted because they were the things most visible. We call it sometimes in academia, we call it traffic light theory, where you see traffic lights 70 cars back because they're high up. You're not going to care about the the cross the street light for the pedestrian that only the car in front of the line can see. So traffic light theory would insinuate that only the upper parts of temples actually needed to be aesthetically painted, which is I always think it's a fun modern comparison.
Yeah, right. I would agree with that. The one that I think first put me off on like starting to piece this together as being odd
Mm,
was this one in the military camp. Firstly, because like
mm.
these three people are all the same person.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
They all have the Julius Caesar receding hairline and widow's
they
peak,
sure
which
do.
I love.
Uh, but right, apart from oh, they played. We have tons of accounts that they played dice in camps.
They
Uh,
did, yeah.
and we have archaeological finds of both D6s and D20s.
Mm.
Uh, again, what does this actually tell us about the context of soldiers at leisure in
Yeah.
border fortifications?
So one thing I would say, and this is something that I think Adam, I think you might have come across it in my stream, but we have a running joke in my stream. Were you here when I've talked about wank bands, the concept of a wank band?
No,
No. Okay.
I don't think so.
Every don't worry, it's not as crude as we make it out to be. But there's a trope in Hollywood, as I'm sure you know, where every Roman ever in the history of Roman depictions must have these useless wrist guards on their
Right,
arms,
right there.
right?
And the
Yeah.
third guy on
It's
the Triumphator.
unless it's ornamental, it's completely useless. And
Yeah,
so a very famous academic called John Colston coined this phrase called wank bands because they
I
clearly
love it.
have no other purpose than to
I adore
protect
it.
your wrist. And I'm like, that's such a beautiful way to take the mick out of Hollywood. But what I actually really like is because it's now a running joke on my channel. So whenever we evaluate anything Roman, we immediately go, is there a wank band present or is there not? And I got this immediately gets more kudos, regardless of anything else, by the fact that none of them are wearing a wank band.
Uh-huh.
So we're already at a +1. I think the one thing it shows, if I may,
Yeah.
is that the smallest military unit of a Roman legion was the Contubernia, which is 8 men to a tent. Okay, and I
Mm-hmm.
do like the idea that they're creating this scene related to a tent and a small group of guys playing dice in the immediate vicinity of their lodging, rather than the very, standard thing of, oh, let's go to the tavern and play with, in distinct peoples from the local town we're in. It's like, okay, you're giving this sense of like small unit, kind of Band of Brothers esque
Yeah.
dependency, and so because that is their social circle for the
Yeah.
we actually have accounts of that where and we also know that when it comes to ration distribution, when it comes to pay, when it comes to postage, even from Hadrian's Wall at Vindolanda, we know that all of the what we would call like individual or small town correspondence and issues, small issues, pay, ration distribution, all of these happened at the Contubernia level, which is this 4 to 8 man group. And I like the fact that they kind of insinuate that this is something, and that maybe that's the reason why they all look the same, because they're all supposed to be brothers.
Uh-huh.
Am I being too accepting of this AI junk,
No,
Adam?
I think, right, this is a really good example of how the elaborated, very specific use case, uh, right. Of course, as mayor, the tool of the use requires instruction and guidance. However, when used properly, it can help users realize that according to history involves a degree of interpretation, right? So what you're doing is basically, right, the dedicated uh, use case that they lay out as, hey, this is how this is supposed to work and be used,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
I don't think if you didn't already have that knowledge, or be in a position to elaborate on that knowledge, I don't think this image actually kind of educates people in that way.
100% agree with you. 100%. Which there, like you said it just before I came on, I thought was a great point, where it's like, it might be slightly better, but is it still utilitarian in any way? And
Exactly.
it's not really. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, one of the problems I mentioned maybe 20 minutes ago is like, I don't feel like this has any safeguards to deal with general use human psychology. Which is to say, the moment this escapes in specific, intentionally designed academic experience, people will not engage with this critically. It will be
Yes.
promoted as being the historically accurate one, and then all of the nonsense and all of the biases that these larger crowd scenes are showcasing, even though it's better, uh, you're still encoding a lot of nonsense that will be incorporated into general fact.
Yeah, for sure. I think if we can go through the third image there, because we've
Yeah,
kind of gone through the first two, and you have me looking
yeah,
at it here. It, so first of all, from literally background to foreground. Okay, foreground, you touched on it very well. They're all white men, and it's like, okay, well, let's, we like Rome was
what?
multicultural and
Yeah,
metropolitan.
white
you know
men wearing basically undyed wool clothes.
Yeah, which is
In
not so there might have been, we like there's probably undyed wool clothes generally, but it's like it's not everybody, Romans.
exactly,
I think people miss, like, we always focus on whether or not the statues were colored Egyptian blue and, ochre and red and everything. But like the Roman world, the ancient world was generally polychrome. It was
yeah,
not monochrome. The whole, like, it's not it's not how they liked to function. And then the rest of the image there. Sorry, can we click back to it just for 2 seconds?
Yeah, absolutely.
This one.
I just clicked over to that one as a fresco from
Oh,
Pompeii depicting laborers as the
oh yeah.
case example of they wore blue.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And as well, there was dyes that were particularly accessible, and they were
Yeah,
often vibrant colors. It was dark colors which were the hardest ones because they needed the cloth to take it with multiple runs of the dye. Whereas with a light color that can be a little bit more faded, like light blues, light greens, like grass green, that kind of thing. I can't think of
yellow.
the word.
Yellow's pretty
Yellow.
damn easy to make.
Yeah, these colors take to fabric and they stay, and even when they fade, they hold a sense of their color. You know, the real pain in the ass one is your purples and your reds. You know, these are your difficult ones.
Exactly.
But
And
that
black.
that
Black's
oh
functionally
yeah.
impossible.
Oh Jesus, yeah. It's like I don't know if anyone here has ever seen the Irish cultural phenomenon that is Father Ted, but they have a joke in it where it's that priests' socks are not black; they're just really, 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 really dark blue. You know. And I think that's very appropriate. The third image there, I will point out one thing that annoys me constantly is that they've managed to put in the current archaeological state of
Uh-huh.
an arch in the
Yeah.
background,
Yep.
and that bothers me to an extent that few would understand. On a lighter note, that chariot is a one-man chariot pulled by a single horse, which is possibly the least grand thing I've ever seen in my life. Most
True.
people, most chariots were quadrigas. They were
Actually,
pulled by four horses.
both of these are one-man chariots pulled by a single horse. Well,
Yeah,
not that one. This one, Marcus Aurelius with his quadriga.
yeah, absolutely. And also, like, there's a general acknowledgement that the size of the triumphal chariot could hold at least two people comfortably. There's like there's a thought that in some instances, particularly during the years of the five emperors, so when we have campaigns by Trajan and Marcus Aurelius, that they have children, their children or their heirs with them in the chariots during the triumphal processions. So these chariots were at least twice the size of what's been depicted here because
Yeah.
they had to hold the triumphir, they had to hold the slave holding the laurel wreath above their head, not on their head, and they also could potentially, according to reports, hold at least one or two children as well. So you're talking twice the size, which is why you get a quadriga to do it because you don't
Yeah.
need one horse, you know?
And,
Um,
yeah. One horse is just like who cares? We see horses all the time. Controlling
yeah.
four horses is actually an act of skill and display of wealth.
Yes, which is why it's usually not the triumvir who is holding the reins
Yeah.
as well. It's usually a horse master, an
Yeah.
actual person trained to handle four horses, particularly with the amount of horses that they had for chariot racing in Rome. They would usually hire from the stables to be able to actually, and you'd need to choose horses that would work together as well.
Yeah.
Horses that knew each other. If they don't move in tandem and know how. Actually, there's a great depiction of that in Charlton Heston's Ben Hur,
True. Yeah.
where he's trying to train the horses to love each other or they won't work together. I think there's a scene in where they depict, this horse is the slower horse and he stays in the middle to ground the others. And this one's on the left because he needs to do the wide turn. So he needs to be the energetic and young one and all this. It's all a whole thing.
God,
Like, you don't just slap
Ben
four
Hur
horses
rules.
together. Yeah, right? Yeah, the oldies are the goldies.
Yeah.
Another thing that annoys me is zero legions, 0 out of 28 formal imperial legions, 0 out of the other 50 ever depicted SPQR on their legion banner. Ever.
Right.
That is not relevant to the identity of a legion. The identity of a legion is the identity it constructs, not the identity it carries from the capital. SPQR is the representative name of the capital and the people that make it up. It is not going to be on a legionary banner.
Yeah.
Ever. just ever. And not because it's wrong or because there's anything negative with it, but it's just because that's not how banners work. Banners are created from the ground up. The Legion form their own banner. They pick their own representative icon. They add their names and their Legion number to it. It's a construct of them, not an inherited construct from the city.
Yeah, a great argument. And then, yeah, both of these triumphal things. The other big complaint I had is that there are no captives or treasure or like, what are these guys holding a triumph for? Because it certainly doesn't seem to be the subjugation and ransacking of a peripheral enemy.
I have one devil's advocate one that I could put in there. Is a Civil War victory usually didn't parade around Roman prisoners.
You know, fair enough. I would
but I don't think it is that. I don't think it is that. I'm just saying, you know.
That would be a somewhat different tenor. Crisis of the 3rd century triumphal parades. Let's go.
A crisis. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, then you could also put in maybe Augustus parading Antony and Cleopatra's body. At the front of his parade, but I like what you said about the potential setting as well. The thing that throws me off is not the Titus's the thing that throws me off about the setting is not so I actually have two complaints. One, count the columns for me there, Adam. How many columns are in the temple?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across the front of this building.
Can you name a 7 a pseudo-peripteral temple? A 7-column pseudo-peripteral temple?
No.
No, because it's either 6 or 8. It's either a temple or a basilica.
You need an entry point. Even numbers only.
Yeah. Also, can you tell me why the potential entry point? Let's say it's an entry point. Let's imagine it has 8 columns.
Also, this is the side of the thing. Wait, the front
it's
pediment
the side
is over
of the
there.
building.
What the hell?
Yes. Why is it there? I was just about to say
I didn't even catch that, but that's so silly. Why is the entrance not pointing into the via?
Yeah, exactly.
Huh?
Whoa. But also, I don't understand. The thing I have the least issue with is the arch, actually.
Yeah,
that's the thing I'm the most okay with. It has a proportional. They get it so wrong so often. It has a proportional attic story to a single bayed arch with no dramatic quadriga on top. It's actually okay. I do not understand what the insula building is behind it. I don't get why that's there. Because that's an insula, and it's a low rise insula as well.
I particularly enjoy the pigment fragments on the plaster on the exterior of the insula.
Yeah, because remember the Forum in Rome was, I'm being sarcastic, you can't see my face. The Forum in Rome was, famously in disrepair for 600 years.
Famously,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So right. So I think
they do look like Corinthian capitals, so they've done an okay job with that. But it's not a Corinthian it's not a Corinthian frieze on the top.
Yeah.
Although it could be composite. If it's a composite capital, the Romans love to fuck with composite capitals.
They sure did.
So sometimes they play with the motif. So I'll give them that. Maybe that's what they meant.
Okay, but also I would love to see, regardless, the same painting, traffic light painting, because oh my god, the amount of showing off you can do with a Corinthian capital that's been painted.
Oh, stop. Can you imagine, this is to everyone watching, can you imagine the acanthus leaves of a Corinthian capital painted in a variety of greens? Oh, and with the little flower buds in them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Like bright red flower buds with green leaves. Like, that thing would be striking.
And usually the bands of the top of the column are usually gold. They're usually painted as a gold inlay at the top of the column. So you'd have this beautiful contrast between gold, variety natural greens, red flowers near the top. And then usually they wouldn't paint the immediate underside of the frieze above the column. So it would be pure white. and then whatever they've decided to put on the composite frieze. So
God,
it would have this
absolutely.
exquisite, like gold, green, red, pure white colored. It's just
I mean,
it,
that would attract. I mean, it's showing off because Rome is fundamentally about displaying how rich you are, but also
mm,
fundamentally it attracts attention in an extremely loud urban environment.
mm, yep, yep.
And so it's
Don't
just, it's
forget,
so important.
like anybody. So the thing that we get from particularly from visiting delegates from Asia Minor in kind of the first century BC. So around the time that you start to see Pompey against Mithridates the Fourth, and this kind of east west conjunction with Rome. Okay. You hear of delegates coming to the city from the likes of Judea as well. We have representatives of client kingdoms like Herod coming to Rome, and the thing that they say, the one thing that comes across, regardless of the piece, regardless of the translation, and regardless of the bias of the source, is that they are always stunned by the majesty of what they see. And here's the thing: every single place I've named has marble, is a producer of marble, right?
Uh huh.
Marble is not a new thing for them in visual culture. So what is, right? Because if you look, Hellenistic kingdoms, the kingdoms have built big temples, Ptolemaic temples, Seleucid temples. The most of the wonders of the world are based around the fall of the kingdoms of the Diadochi after the fall of Alexander. They are not unaware of monumental buildings and exquisite marble. Egyptian marble, Carian marble,
Uh huh.
Naxian marble. They know what it looks like. And yet, every time they come to Rome, they are stunned. That means that there has to be an intrinsic difference in the way it is presented in Rome than anywhere else in the world. And the only way that is consistent with that mantra is literally the quantity of buildings, so kind of like a New York
Yeah.
skyline kind of thing, and slash or the painting quality on the buildings. It's the only differentiating factor that can be used.
Yeah.
And I think we really we've really come to kind of devalue that as a result of the Georgian and Victorian use of pure white marble
I
as being like the highest level of culture.
Yeah, I super duper agree. And even, uh, right, the same impact with marble, but also with Roman concrete, uh, right, you could
Hmm.
disguise it pretty darn well while achieving even larger sizes.
Sure, because concrete was a means to an end
Exactly.
to achieve um, architectural form that had never been done before, a la the Pantheon, and
Exactly.
also that it could set underwater because of the Pozzolana. So as
Hmm.
soon as you were able to conquer both like immense form and immense space with very little material, and as soon as you were able to quote unquote conquer the um waterproofness, let's say, of grand buildings. So you could host Naupactia, you could host and create areas that included, incorporated, and also had an architectural dialogue with water as a result of concrete. You're doing something that no one else has done ever,
Yeah.
you know?
And yeah, right. We need to move on to other topics soon, but I guess that's sort of my ultimate thought on this, especially thinking about, oh, well, they want to use this in museums to be able to generate images, is the reaction from folks here, which is, again, not necessarily a representative example because my community is very lovely and very loves nuance. Uh, but as impressive and as improved as these images are from mass market
Mm,
generation tools, it is so much less inspiring and so much less impactful than
mm,
the ability to conceptualize the historical reality that our documentary and archaeological evidence gives us. And these tools sell the historical reality so short
hmm,
that
yeah.
it's going to achieve the goals of inspiration and education less well than what already exists.
Yeah, I really agree. I do. I think there's a lot to be said for. Well, actually, this is a broader statement, which I know you agree with, but there's a lot to be said for collaboration, right?
Yeah.
There really, really is. Hire an artist and get them to work with a historian, because we're gonna, as historians, we're probably not the most artistically adept people in the world. You know what I mean? It's
I
not our
certainly
job.
am not.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can barely draw me breath, as they say. So, so why not have give two people a job and have it work in tandem to create something that's actually visually representative of and useful. As you said, I really go back to that. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's utilitarian,
True.
you know.
Yeah. Right. Reach out to an art school, have it be part of someone's final project. True. That's such a fun way of doing it, because then you get around the payment, because no one has any funding in the humanities with which to do stuff, unless if you're stealing tech money. But if you're letting students do their final projects as part of a history lab, then like win-win-win.
Yeah, and I think people benefit from exposure, and there's something beautiful about having a collaboration because uh, you can actually document and include others in the process, which is lovely. So imagine if you were an artist, I was the Roman historian here, and we did this on Twitch, and we actually included people in the process in this collaboration. Suddenly, everyone's benefiting by the discussion. You're benefiting, and I'm benefiting from pay and having a job, and it not going to a computerized, AI generative system. And at the end result is something that both of us can kind of turn around and go, oh yeah, I'll stand by that. And no
I'll
one is
stand by
producing this
that.
and standing by it.
Yes. I I love that takeaway, because yeah, ultimately that's the value, right? These tools exist to help people. Uh and if we're not producing work that someone can turn to and genuinely stand by, what was the frickin' point? So yeah,
Couldn't agree. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more.
amazing.
If there, yeah, I loved seeing the comments come in as well in chat. Sorry, I had the screen up
Yeah.
full screen to be able to see the images a bit better, so I missed some of the chat. But I'm just catching up now, and yeah, caffeine has said some stuff which is really really good. Actually, I've caught up on some things there, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
no, that's really really good. You have a lot of good points there. And
Ca-
there's everyone has said some really really cool stuff there. Thank you for interacting. I'm sorry I didn't actually see it come in. I was hyper focused.
That's
Apologies.
okay. Yeah, Caffeine's another museum curator.
Oh, nice.
So we are on the same page on this, like literally all the time, and it's just so fun.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you. I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah,
That was
thank you,
very
thank
cool.
you
It
so
was a
much.
nice
It's
break.
good luck with the grading, and thank you for coming on seriously, because like I'm not a classicist. I did medieval Scandinavia, and now I do just like general Scandinavian culture. So like this is not something I've spent serious time with in over a decade. So having someone who does this professionally come in to give that extra nuance is so lovely. So thank you so much.
Oh, no worries at all. Jesus God, my pleasure. Listen, I'll chat to you soon. I'll still be in chat anyway. You can annoy me from just shout me or at me or something. I'll still have it. I'll still have it up. So much
Sounds
love,
good.
everybody. Thanks for having me on.
All right,
Alan.
yeah.
All the best. All the best.
Talk more soon. All right. Speaking of this, who is this for and the people? I wanted to move on to a couple of videos that I watched actually this morning that had very interesting stuff. We won't watch them because YouTube stream is active, and my god, is watching someone else's YouTube video on YouTube. Yeah, I enjoy having the stream up and live, so we won't actually be watching these. Also, once again, I should do my due diligence. Go follow Steve if you're over on Twitch. Seriously, go do that. Because Steve is the loveliest, and does really, really, really fun, interesting work here on Twitch as well. So, first one, Jenna Stover, formerly of Polygon, absolutely spectacular. One of my favorite YouTube culture critic people. Went to Japan to review the Nintendo Museum. Jenna is not a museum professional, but does have very good insights onto museums, and highlighted the incredible discongruity of the Nintendo Museum being something that basically doesn't have interpretation, and that doesn't credit even the executives at Nintendo for the development and design of Nintendo product. Much less the actual designers and technicians who were responsible for the development of crucial technologies in video games, in digital entertainment. The company is everything. The Nintendo Museum is a glorified, eternal advertisement for the monolith of Nintendo. So, unfortunately, you can't actually get freaking any footage of any point in this. She has a couple of things. But, like, there's not even labels. Who are these? Why are these? Huh? What's going on? Couldn't possibly tell you. It's just a display of the design of Nintendo. For anyone who doesn't know, the brief rundown of Nintendo is it was founded in the 19th century as the late 19th century as a card making company for a gambling game, and then in the 60s began branching into toy making in other genres, a bunch of really weird investments, before in the 70s branching into digital technology. Do they do tours that add more context? No. No, this is an advertisement. This is a museum that is a glorified eternal advertisement for Nintendo. And so there's a ton of detail that doesn't exist. Yeah. For those who want info dumps about video game history, you are available for hire. Phenomenal. Right? Non-interpretive exhibits only work when dealing with high art and barely even built. I increasingly don't like non-interpretive art exhibits. Like, give me enough. How early in the arcade cabinet era did Nintendo start? It is branching into digital tech before arcade cabinets, like at the very, very beginning. But then they branch into home consoles early in the game, and so in the arcade crash, that's when they become who they are. But yeah, right. They branch into physical toys first, before arcades, and then branch into arcade cabinets a little bit, and then find more success in the home console market, and then the market hands it to them on a silver platter. Right? Tell me about the thing you came here for that purpose, right? Especially with like contemporary art. Contemporary artists despise giving detailed interpretation. But I have come to appreciate contemporary art by forcibly dragging interpretation out of contemporary artists, at least enough to understand what are they exploring. What we're supposed to take away with it, I don't want to tell you what to do that, but tell me what you're interested in. Tell me your perspective. And then we can let those perspectives have a dialogue. instead of trying to have the thing exist in the ethereal void. Right? And like I very much like I increasingly do like contemporary shows, or at least certain contemporary shows. Abstract expressionism still a struggle for me. It will always be a struggle for me. That's okay. But you know, it work like I can appreciate it if you give me a space to begin. If you don't give me a space to begin, everything goes south quickly. The fact that Nintendo is trying to destroy methods of preservation just makes us more insidious. Jenna touches on this too. So one of the last thoughts Jenna has in this video is about Pokemon Go. And the fact that there is no game box, there is no manual, there is no physical cartridge, there is no disc. There is no physical trace of Pokemon Go, despite that being a money printing machine for the Pokemon Company. And so instead, when Pokemon Go is represented in the exhibit, it's as a phone-sized, printed out screenshot. Which is a wild sentence for a physical archive, and one that actually sucks real bad. Right? Just having a phone-sized screenshot plastered up on the wall as our sum total of the trace of a digital software? Yike. And so, trying to create this authoritative, central, highly corporatized, physical timeline while also preventing community archiving, while also not investing in physical technology, fucking sucks. And ends up erasing a lot of the people and the cultural experiences behind this in favor of the physical signs of the past. And again, right? Museums are collections of objects, but the reason why we collect is the preservation of the lived experience of being in the past. By the way, this guy right here is the technician that designed the D-pad. He's not named in the exhibit. So, that sucks. That sucks so much. Like, even Satoru Iwata is not named in the exhibit. Even, like, fundamental, most beloved director Nintendo has ever had, Satoru Iwata, is not mentioned in the exhibit. It is just Nintendo. So that's bad. And so, like, was a really lovely, really thoughtful approach to this that highlights what museums are and are not. Museums are about people. We use objects to tell stories about people. If you're not telling stories about people and the lived experience of interacting with these objects, you're not a museum. You're an advertising display. Now, museums can do that can still be advertising displays, because advertising and museums are not fundamentally incompatible methods. But you must at least acknowledge the people. The one thing I disagree with Jenna on is she describes it as less of a museum and more of a physical archive. And I don't quite agree with that either, because this is something that archives are archives because they make resources available for research. Like, they are not passive sites of the accumulation of the records of the past. They are instead active sites of available for research and available for appraisal. And so it's not an archive, it's a junk pile. If you're not actually letting... Given that it is trying to control the narrative so much and set aside... Jenna brings up the examples of Nintendo's investment in instant rice in the 60s, or Nintendo's investment into a very brief stint of investing into love hotels in the 60s. It was the 60s, it was a weird time. Given that we're so tightly controlling the narrative, you're not making these physical objects available for research. You're using them as tools of weaponized nostalgia. And that's all the Nintendo Museum is a weaponization of nostalgia. So, like, it's not even stepping out of, like, one's own shadow. Because it's not. It's actually stepping farther into one's own shadow and trying to dictate what that shadow is. Well-organized hoarders, then. Not a bad way of putting it. Okay. So much for that. I do highly recommend this video, so I will drop this link in both Twitch chat and YouTube chat for everyone to enjoy. One more video. Right, a couple weeks ago, we took a look at, Complexly announced The History Show. Another example might be Disney's documentaries about, well, that's a great comparison. That is a great freaking comparison. So Complexly has a history-focused show. This is Hank Green, the parent company for Crash Course. And so they released their second video this morning. The first one was on the Night Witches. This one is on the Chiquita Banana coup in Guatemala in 1954. And they kind of misstepped on this one. The comment sections kind of reflected, this has big good people on both sides energy. You wish you had mentioned that the UFC still exists as Chiquita and still sells bananas and still abuses workers. What are you implying here? This is a novel form of revisionism I'll call Red Scare apologeticism. I can't believe you just painted the US government as the hero stopping communism. So what the video is actually doing is it says the standard narrative of the coup is from... Where is it? I just saw it here. Is from the book Bitter Fruit, The Story of the American Coup in Guatemala by Stephen Schlesinger and Stephen Kinzer, published in the 80s. And this one paints the United Fruit Company as, like, the sole dominant driving force. More declassification of CIA records since then has revealed that the CIA was planning for a coup before the UFCO approached them, that the coup was bolstered by a faction of elite landowners within Guatemala that were worried about the land redistribution reforms that the president of Guatemala was proposing, and that the military of Guatemala refused to actually assist as the coup got underway. They just sort of stood beside and let it run its course. In trying to introduce that complexity, they end up creating an implication, right? trying to introduce a sense of there is not one villain in this story. There are 3 or 4 villains, and they are all called the US government and the United Fruit Company. But in trying to introduce that complexity, they end up creating some implication that, well, the United Fruit Company wasn't totally wrong to do this. Or, that the CIA was in fact in some way remotely justified in interfering with a sovereign nation's internal land policy. And it's like, that's so wildly overstepped in their implication, and presents a useful counterpoint, right? We've talked about this before on, like, this is trying to create the sense of something surprising or unexpected. In this case, kind of overstepped its mark. And in overstepping, in trying to give a twist to the narrative and give things, exactly, right? Tried to imply that because there was more than one villain to this story, the implication accidentally became that there is no villain to this story, when there are in fact villains to this story. And so they just didn't have that clarity that they needed as to what complexity they were trying to introduce, what nuance they were trying to introduce, and not retaining the moral clarity of maybe Cold War US interventionism promoted by Eisenhower was a bad fucking policy that caused a lot of global destabilization. And that, sorry, it doesn't matter whether the United Fruit Company is the sole villain or if there's 4 or 5 villains. To the people of Guatemala that got subjected to generations of civil war and continued violence through cartels and extragovernmental factions, to this day, as a direct consequence of the CIA and United Fruit Company's actions. Also, that the United Fruit Company still exists. They never used the name Chiquita, even though the United Fruit Company rebranded to Chiquita Banana, and so has not overthrown a government since 1954. So, just two interesting history or museum studies communication videos that both came out in the last couple days that present different aspects of the importance and dangers of historical communication, even within more traditional formats. So I wanted to highlight those because those are interesting. But we are now already 2 hours of streaming, and the title of this still does say Silksong. So we will leave the history news there unless if anyone else has things that they desperately want to talk about. And otherwise, we will transition into the skonging. Because that's good. And you've been hearing the rain effects in the background the entire time. But I hope you all had a lovely time with that, getting angry at things, because, obviously we love having the nuance, we love having the detailed conversations, and we love being able to highlight not just that the thing is bad and we will say that the thing is bad, but like fundamentally what's working, what's not working about the thing, and what are when we look past the press release and the claims, what are we actually seeing? And does it work? All right, so we're going to pause the tunes over on Twitch. If you're watching the VOD, you heard none of those, but there was a little bar down in the corner there that was tracking songs. So, haha. And let's do it. let's do it. So, I have not played this since last time. That was fun. Good. I'm so glad to hear that. But I did, before stream booted up, you remember how I was struggling with that platforming challenge with the pogos for way too long at the end of stream, last Silksong stream? I went ahead and did that here now so that I didn't have to waste another 30 minutes of our lives trying to bounce off of 2 bouncy pads. And then I realized that our reward for doing that was lore. I was like, dang it, I can't go grind anything else, otherwise I'll have to redo the bouncy pads, and I am not about that life. So, on the 8th harvest, send 50 measures, 9 beads drag thread spooled, 14 measures drag thread twined, oath of fealty, all workers. Ooh, administrative archival records regarding tax revenue. You know, this is something First Hollow Knight was never brave enough to do, is get into the agricultural tax policy of Hallownest. On the 12th harvest, send 40 measures drag thread spooled, 2 beats fine thread twined, oath of fealty, all workers. Silksong asks bravely, what if the historical records that we need are administrative tax records regarding a tribute from Furloom into the Citadel? How incredibly based of them. Cool, that guy sucks. I don't think I want to know. The courage to be boring, affectionate. You're so right. And I'm currently on Reaper if anyone's... Oh god. You're so strong, what the hell? Those guys are spicy. Not friends. Not doggies. Not friendly doggy. Shit. No. Let me out. Ah, dead. Hello, Sassy Catastrophe. Rude doggo. Right, you came in at a great time because we just started playing the game after fully 2 hours of chatting about other stuff. But how are you doing? Heck. Oh, look at that scarecrow. You missed the chat session? Exactly. Yeah, the VOD will be there. We were yelling about, mostly about an AI image generation tool that claims to be more historically grounded. Emphasis on claims. Oh, good. You got your nails done, and Breeze stream just wrapped up, so you popped over here. Amazing. Not friends. That's... Oh, I got the heal off. Oh. Not that it matters because I botched that. In so many ways. Could I not? Could I actually down attack, please? Oh god, they jump so high. Oh god, they jump so high. Disagree. Disagree. Whoa! How did that hit me? How did that hit me? He jumped so, they jumped so far. Ah. Do not enjoy that at all. True. Right, they got that Super Smash Bros. Melee level. You know, Marth's grab that stretches across the entire map. Ah. Get up here. The fact that they have that mantle too is actually so spicy. Ah, damn it. I have not made any progress. That's 3 deaths to do absolutely nothing. This area seems like it's really cool with a lot of interpretation that you could do out of it. Like, it seems like there's a lot of fun stuff I could do out of this. But... Jesus. These doggos are beefy. I need... Really, I think if I had like 1 more mask, I'd feel a lot more comfortable in that area. I'm stupid and bad, chat. They do be doing that. But right, if I had 7 masks instead of 6, I would be in a significantly better position to thrive. Because then it's a 4-hit KO instead of a 3-hit KO. Come on. Ah! And they aggro each other. You know, in some ways that might be the rudest part. Ah! You know, you're fatigued or sick? Raven, no worries. Totally get it. There's a lot of... Oh. Well, that sucks. What do you mean? What do you mean I've got silkworms eating all of my... I need a simple key. Leave me be, traveler. Better I accept this kingdom's cruelty than rage helpless against it. To waste in a cell forgotten, 'tis no worse a fate than the haunting that binds Farloom's many fragile minds. As you wish, prisoner. Okay, but like, we're gonna let you out. Once I have a simple key. Like, I hope you know that, bud. The moment I have another one of those, we're coming back for you. Miyazaki broke into the Team Cherry offices? You're so right. I can't reach that. Oh, shit. That's so bad. Wait, hang on. I get the sense that that I maybe cheated that. You know? Do you ever get the sense that sometimes you're a cheating cheater who cheats? Ah, shit. Well, I've got good news and I've got bad news. Skong, the game is trying to cheat. Understandable. So as you saw, the maggots suck. The maggots draining your stamina and then taking a heal to clear. I suspected that they take a heal to clear. But finding that out the hard way when I needed a heal was not what I would consider pleasant news. So, that's fine. One hit here doesn't matter. Ow. That hit kind of mattered. That hit definitely mattered. I think I just got bullied. I think I also just got bullied. Or I also think I just got bullied. Which means it'll be nice to be the one doing the bullying for a change. I think that's the takeaway there is I like no. Being the one who does the bullying. Not the button I meant to hit. Well, there we go. Could be worse, you have a crap tier accordion busker out your window. That sounds like personal experience. Will is having a oh no! Lord knows that man does not need more days. Shit. There we are. You're not tend to be idiot motorcycle noise related? Yeah. Damn it. Come on. Jump when I tell you to jump. Thank you. Okay. This is absurd. I'm going to be so real. This is deeply unnecessary and unwell. This whole area, like, it's not Path of Pain, What the? Child-wielding needle. These are stale roads, ill-fitted for warriors such as ourselves. There is fair combat here against the roach beasts and their keepers, but the air is sickly, and the water writhes with parasites. This environment is harsh indeed, though life seems to adapt itself to many hardships. Do you believe your master traveled these roads? I had not thought at first, but upon closer search I found the fragments of a trail winding through these fetid ruins. Perhaps she saw something here that I did not? Her senses are often keen, where mine are clouded. Yeah, that's so unnecessarily rude. Like, what did I do to deserve this? Environmental story, like, really effective environmental implications? Yes. Also, a spicy enough area that I really don't like that. Like, this area is simply too spicy to feel good about not having a bench. Or to not feel bad about not having a bench. Look, the point is you need a bench. Like, this area is way too dangerous. This area is way too dangerous to be benchless for that long. But you know, that is... what's the plan? Just an ending or 100%ing the game? Unsure. Not yet. No hints yet. We may get to a point where it'll be like, hey, actually, you know, that would be helpful. We're not at that point yet. Oh, shit. But right, there is a certain, you know, there is a certain amount of just learn it a bit. You get over here. Thank you. Yep, so I have to do this. I have to do that. Oh, I should have swapped to Reaper. Oh, I should have swapped to Reaper right here. For the easier pogo. That was quite foolish of me, actually. Seriously? Hornet. Hornet. Okay. Oh, shit. Yep. Damn it, that went all the things. Rest in peace, all of my guys. And they're not important, like, I don't care about them. But, would have been nice to have some of them still. Would have been nice. Yeah, that's alright. As I said, money doesn't actually matter in this game. Especially now that we're in Act 2. Genuinely, I don't think money matters that much. Crying and farming thousands later on? Sure. But right, it's the, I guess the... Right, this is my soul's brain attitude towards it, is like, the only way you're going to really feel awful about your money is if you get attached to it. Attachment is the root of all suffering, as someone famous probably kind of said. And so, just getting attached to the idea that you need that, or that it is irreplaceable, or that you have done a horrible mistake, is just, it's a good way to have a bad time, you know? Seriously. Get out of here. I also should be using the D-pad for these. I'm realizing that too. If I'm using my joystick, and I should absolutely not be. Ow. Thank you. Ow. No. Give it to me. Give it to me. Well then. Hello? Hello? Don't eat my jump. Or don't eat my attack. Cool, I'm glad that gave me, like, nothing of use. Crap. Huh. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Huh. Oh, your laptop can't run heavy. That's not good for you. Alright, well, we have more resources this time. So definitively did a little bit better. Huh? Cool. That's not good. Oh, I can hit him when he's on the edge. Through the underground. That's very important. That I can cheese him. I was able to cheese him. There we go. The cheese. We're just gonna let that cheese continue. I don't care if he's scary. I don't care if this is good. Yep. This man is not going to be uncheesed. He's far too dangerous to do otherwise. Come all the way over, please. Thank you. No, that wasn't the button I wanted. Oh, God. That was the button I wanted. Huh. So this isn't good. That was a complete waste of time and resources. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, I'm leaving now. Bye. Bye-bye. Good to see ya. Nice to have you here. I'm super gonna die, by the way. Okay, if I can do that one more time. No, one more time. One more time, one more time. Okay, we got a chance. We got a chance. Shit. That chance just got far less likely. Yep, no room for error here. Aww. Tragic. Oh. Okay, so that is one. There must be a secret to this that'll make it work. Chat, just a yes or no. Is there a secret in the same room as the bench that will activate it? Okay. That's our next mission. Poor Hornet having to deal with broken infrastructure. So real. Seriously? You're a jerk. You're such a jerk. There we go. I walked into it. That was fully on me. That one was fully and completely on me. Seriously? Ugh. Well, got that parry at least. That was fun and different. I got the heal off and the damage. Ah, love that. Now, ugh. Okay, so step one, let's go get back our stuff. Like, there's a lot, even if it's... Yeah, that was like 250, 300 things. So that's worth. Oh. So where do I think the secret in here is? Okay, but like this is worse. You understand how this is worse, right? No, that's what I couldn't afford to have happen. God damn it. Please tell me that's enough to heal. It's not even enough to heal? That sucks. This is why we went and got our stuff back. Hey, Team Cherry. Team Cherry, I have some constructive feedback. If you're going to give a spot, if you're gonna give us a spot like that, where we have to do a potentially highly damaging challenge, in order to get through this, then like you do need to then like you do need to give us enough silk to actually heal off of it. You know? Because it is super easy to take a lot of damage in this area without getting a reset or without having any tools to regain stamina or to regain health. Silk. And that's not enough to actually heal you. So... admittedly, second time through, actually has enough oomph to do it. I think I just tank this, don't I? Heck. 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 Cool. We're good. Chakra, if I may, I'd ask a small task of your carving talents. Within the halls of the citadel, I encountered a means of travel new to me, a network of pipes traversed in vessels propelled by steam and air. The citadel is a labyrinth, and pins to mark each station will prove... the citadel is a labyrinth, and pins to mark each station will prove useful to me. What you describe sounds as hideous and unnatural as anything in that place. Still, if it will aid you, I shall craft the pins. Seek me at a moment not long from now. The pins will be carved, and we may trade. Cool. Eight hits for that area is hideous, by the way. Heck. Heck. Huh? Okay. So now where are we at in Sinner's Road, actually? Okay, so that's a dead end. As far as I know. We need a... We need to find a way of safely dealing with this. Ugh, I disagree. Again, I disagree. There we go. Nope. Cool, I get 2 hit KO'd now, so we're making progress. 2 hit KO'd and halfway to the next. Cheesing time. You know what time it is. If you think that I'm going to play this man remotely fairly, you don't. Right? I mean, this is not Path of... Like, this is not like Path of Pain levels of difficult, but it is like White Palace levels of difficult. And for an Act 1 area, that's fully a crazy sentence. Right? We're all in agreement that, like, saying, Act 1 accessible, early game accessible area that is as hard as the primary platforming challenge of the first game. Stupid. Absurd. And also is once again indicative, I complained about this last time we played, but I think it remains relevant. This game is far too eager to have things that do 2 damage. This game is way too eager to have things that just, by default, deal 2 damage. Makes you wonder how nasty the late game's gonna be. Shit, another one? Oh, that's so bad. Oh, I am in so much trouble now. Yep. Okay, bye. Yeah. Right? And certainly, to say this game's difficulty might be a smidge overtuned is not to say that I do not like this game. Whether or not it's a game that I intend to complete 100% on camera, I don't know. Don't do that to me. But I do know that there is an awful lot to like about this game. And I am by no means and in no way having what I would consider a bad time with it. Bro can't get out, right? More Miyazaki handwork found. What is with this man in poison swamps? Or what is with that man in poison swamps, right? Close enough, welcome back, Blighttown. Damn it. Ah. Shit. Oh god, you can clear that. Oh, you can clear that jump. Right, so Ark of the Conclave. Again, I think I pitched this last time when I beat Final Judge. But what if Final Judge was the first enemy in the game that had a 2-hit? That could swing for 2. And it came out in her second phase. When she lights on fire. And it's just like, everything's on fire now. Good fucking luck. And after that, once we're in Act 2, everything can be the same. All bets are off. You're just like, yep. It's gonna be bad from here on out. shit. Thank you. Goodbye. Right? If Last Judge was your introduction of 2 masks damage, it would feel super freaking climactic. Oh, I shouldn't have broken that yet. Get back down here. Where the fuck are you going? That was optimal? Huh? Okay. Hi. I saw you. I saw what you did. Strong you are, mistress. Small, but so deadly. And your scent, well aged. You have come to claim me, and I am yours. I am your humble Sticks. Now, I've no interest in mastery over you, sir. If my slaying of these creatures aided you, it was merely by chance. Goodbye. Farewell? No, the strong claim the weak, and the weak must serve. I am yours, my mistress, and you must protect me. See what I have built here, prepared for the coming of my mistress. My powerful mistress. While you are away hunting, I will grow you something good, but the work takes time. Return to me soon, and you may have what I grow. Morsels will I grow. While you hunt, I am working. That's... You are unwell. Oh, so that's not on this map because this is the new area. Okay. Ah. Hey, somehow that climb sucks too. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, not even difficult. That wasn't even tricky. Trust. Man. Alright. I said I was gonna help as soon as I got a simple key. I mean, I know you said you didn't want help, but like, I'm not gonna listen to you. Because why would I listen to you on that front? Shit. Don't agree. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You are being rescued, do not resist? True. Ow. Well, they eventually bought. I knew they'd botch it. Hello. So, I am free, despite no request of mine for aid. And I did not ask gratitude, the key merely fit the lock. If you choose stay in here and wait till your shell hardens to crust. Now, I shall depart shortly. With my way clear, my wish again propels me, though I try to avoid it. Then, safe journey to Albug, I'll not pry further. Clearly, you bear your own burden. This is Farloom, warrior. Safety is a myth. Alright, but like... Hornet, you could have asked a couple of questions. Like, just one or two. Like, one or two questions. No? Motherfucker. Right, and I can't go that way, so I have to go up. Damn it. I was hoping... Do I want to know? See, mistress, is the morsel I grew worthy, you must consume. Consume and become stronger. This is how I will serve my mistress. While you hunt, I will prepare morsels, always preparing for their mighty masses. Continue this work if it please you, sir, but do not call me your mistress, because I am not. You are unwell. I mean, that's one handy thing. And I won't pretend it's not, because I'm not going back that way for a bit. Because that is super not worth my time. So, I will happily. Seriously? Exactly. Even if he is very deeply not okay, I really can't say no to what he's offering. So, that's pretty much all of Sinner's Road. There's like one area that we still have to figure out. Otherwise, it's Bilewater time. Which by all accounts promises to be worse. Yeah, I thought the trap was going to come the other direction. I'm going to be real. Gotta get that clear. What? Oh no. That's bull. I don't... Okay. No, this is fine. This is fine. I'm only somewhat mad. I'm a middling amount mad. Goodbye, I guess. Nerd. Well, this is going just fabulous, huh? Going just spectacularly. The fact that I can't get the clear if I don't. The fact that you don't get the clear if you don't actually fit, like, if you get interrupted in the heal, is so painful. Like, that is so painful. Yep. How? Get over here. Thank you. I love the tunes. No. Wait, there are two traps in there? I knew there would be a secret. This is not worth it. But I could smell the secret. It's this one, isn't it? I could smell the secrets. Merglin! Merglin, I hope that you aren't full of, like, bullshit combat. You're just full of bullshit parasites. That prevent me from having anything that remotely resembles a good time. That's fine. I guess. Alright, what's this silk-powered Magitech gonna offer me? A ruined tool. Cool. You're near the end of Act 2. Well, on an inexplicable post-truth extraction run of beating 5 bosses. Ah, shit. Yep. Crap. Okay. Oh, I didn't even do that to you, buddy. You did that entirely to yourself. Well, the run back isn't actually bad, it's just that this whole area is bad. And so, this is where I need to be, right? Yes. Shit. Ugh. Oh, no, 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 no. These guys? No! Cool. That was neat. That was super neat. Ow. Awoo! Can I get in that woo? Awoo. Okay, this is farther than we've gotten. Oh god. Not poison dart. Hey, that sucks so much. Like, what the heck? Hey, quick question, what the heck? Right, I suspect this is way easier if you do it after you have a few more tools. Right, this is basically the earliest I could be doing bile water. So I suspect that really this is designed to be like a, hey, did you know you're really not supposed to go this way yet? There's no way I just flubbed it that crucial, that absolutely catastrophically, right? There's no way I just flubbed something really important that badly. Ugh, do I have any idea where I am? No. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. There's a stag station here. Chakra, where are you? We're scared. Up there. Chakra's up there. I don't know how I'm gonna get up there. Tell me this is the station. Huh? What? Huh? This doesn't look like the station. I mean, I guess it does look like the station in that this looks like an area that is inhabited by Farloom. But that's what I was hoping for, is that the station would be here instead. I have plenty of rosaries. Just work on the first time. Just work on the first time, please. So if these areas don't work on the first time, then it's like, what's the point? Why'd you do this to me? You know? Okay, we're good. Okay, let's go see what this area is, because this area looks rad. The Mist. Bro. There's no reason to be like that. Like... Silk Silent Hill. Basically... with a Banshee. Could you let me go? Just in time for spooky season. You're so right. Who needs a horror game? Who needs to play Silent Hill F when we have Silent Hill at home? Bro. Ow, please don't. Doing 2 health masks of damage and like 2 masks of damage and draining all of my silk. It's just so freaking rude. I can't tell. Is that where I came in? Kind of feel like that was where I came in. You're playing Silent Hill. You're planning to play Silent Hill Elf as a sacrifice to the gods? No. Probably next year. Because we can be nothing if not unfashionably late to the party. But also, this time next year is probably about right for finishing... Year of the Weeb? And that is a historical game set in 1960s Japan. What was that? Ah yes, you screamed, so your direction should be locked in, so I'm going to jump. Never mind, direction is not locked in at all. Why was that there? That was not where I died. Close. It's Silent Hill. It does not seem to be doing the reset your position if you go the wrong way that Lost Woods does. Ugh, that one I walked into. What? God, that sucked. Tell me you've got enough. Ugh, you don't have enough. Okay, I'm just gonna run like hell. That leaves two big areas that I haven't found. Any sort of map to. But that's fine. Like, we are clearly moving over. So again, what deeply unethical experiments created this? No, there's no way. There's no way that that clipped me. You'll be impressed if I brute force my way out of this area? Don't worry, I won't. I'm sure I will. I'll flub it somewhere. Right, I won't die to anything, you know, important, or like actually challenging, I'll flub it in some super easy way that almost anyone could have avoided. You know? Come on, I'm like 2 tips away from a heal. Give it to me, please. I'm begging you. I just want to heal. I just want to get out of this. Got it. Ah, thank God. Okay, so that was one extremely scary moment resolved. I'm just gonna keep going up, and we're gonna see if that my map keeps moving me up. Eh, not really. Things keep changing. No! What? Why? How? I was so far below there. Cool, I'm just gonna retrieve my stuff, because if I'm right, it's gonna spawn at the start of this area. Yep. So there is clearly a gimmick that I am not figuring out with that area. And so rather than waste everyone's time, we're just gonna run over here. We're gonna have ourselves a wee bit of a sit. We're gonna call a friend. And we're gonna go do something else. Step 1, let's see if there's anything in Bone Bottom. Let's just see if there's anything down here. And we'll make sure that we're all in this area. Oh no, the little pilgrim friend's gone. Sister, what's that long gleaming tooth you carry with you? Is it a weapon? It is indeed, though you need not fear. I will not raise it against you. Its edge is meant for predators and other foes. I strongly suggest you arm yourself similarly before your own journey begins. No, as for a pilgrim, that's sin you speak of, sister. We arm ourselves with prayer, garb ourselves in faith, and hope they prove enough to reach the citadel's glory. Such is our way. Flick, what have you got for me? Wait, her ring's not here. Wait, her ring's not here. Chakra? Did I read the description? Absolutely not. Why would I read descriptions on things? This isn't a lore-focused playthrough. I have no idea what you're talking about. If someone has the text of the description that I skipped, that would be very appreciated. Hello. I see you've gone and opened up the Great Bone Gate back there without even asking my permission. Feeling curious, were you? There was a vast grave beyond. I'd assumed most bugs died climbing the path, but it seems many fell before the track had barely commenced. I lost their lives to beast or to luck turned rotten. Others were simply formed too frail. At least those poor souls can rest together. Death, and death, and death, the eternal promise of our eternal kingdom, eventually acclaims us all. What duty binds you to this old chapel, madam? The structure barely stands, and I see no signs of congregation. Aye, gone, a lot of them. Fled and hidden, but I'm not leaving till I set this place right. It's that citadel above, you see. Even now, in far looms long decline, the simple bugs, they're witless before it. Too grand, too majestic, too powerful. This building state is a sad example of those who dare suggest another path. You know, while we're here, we should go say hi to Eve. Just re-enter Bone Bottom for a surprise? Awesome. I'm gonna say hi to Eva and then I'll come back up. Whee! Oh, that's not the right spot, is it? Yep, I'm one. There you go, down. Sup? Aww. Nothing? I was hoping that getting into Act 2 might have actually unlocked something new. That's okay. This should be enough of a difference, though. Cool. Okay. Puppy. Deep docks. You have no idea what Eva's requirements are? Fabulous. Right, because I got the Hunter upgrade immediately. And I've gotten absolutely no other upgrades, so... It is and shall remain a mystery. Hey, question for you. Forge daughter, within an old weaver nest I discovered a weapon. Though much damaged by age, I believe your skills could see it restored. Oh, An impressive tool that and a fine challenge. We can reforge the weapon if the price fits. Yoink. So what exactly was it? Silk shot. Chat. Chat, do you see what I see? Chat. We can cast gun. Alright, Flick. What did you do to it? Hello. Oh, glad I caught you for a moment, miss. You've done a fair service to this camp, given much more than most. I've been thinking on all your efforts and decided to making a little something to repay them. It's only a token, really, but I put all my talent into it, much as I've got. Something to keep you company on the lonely roads above. Hold on to it on your travels. Remember, you're always welcome down here with us. I'm not thinking fear is keeping me from my own pilgrimage. Just there's a lot of work still to do here, and a few bugs able to do it. You in the cloak. Pray, tread softly. I am meditating, gathering my faith before my pilgrimage begins. My steps are soft enough, madam. If I've disturbed you, it was not my intent. Ah, even your speech far too loud. I can scarcely hear my thoughts. Please be away. Aww. What do you mean I could break it? Flick. Flick. Bloody. Make a statue of yourself? Bit egotistical. Making a statue of me? Unbelievably sweet. Like, so sweet. Oh, no, I wanted to go to Bellheart first. Yeah, well, we can't exactly carry a giant one with us, so a small one is... Look, a big one would be weird, because we don't have a lot of reasons to go back there anymore, so... Welcome, welcome, travelers, all rest your weary shell and revive your flagging spirit. Bellheart, glorious, gleaming, and very, very safe. Greetings, shopkeeper. That's a trade, but your store seems a little bare. Yeah, well, yes, our little town's seen some dire times, and now my courier's gone and got themselves lost. But don't worry, I have a few small things still, and if that courier ever makes it safely back, we'll have plenty more treasures to toggle over. Silver bells? Searching the bell veins carefully. Tip somewhere in Shellwood. What? Who is it? What have you got? What do you want? I am just a traveler. May I ask what work occupies you here? What occupies you? Me, you ask of the past. The ways of ages gone by, they speak to me through what is left behind. Thus outside those dreary pilgrims and Belladorn dullards, none of them have my keen sense, my respect for the past. You see, Mabel, though, sneaky too. If you find any final stuff, anything with a history to it, bring it here, I'll take it. But what's this? I smell something on you right now. You have a relic for me? Sure. Yes, this fits my collection. Well, look what I have. Singed parchment containing a pilgrim scroll. My dear companions, all are gone now, devoured, scorched, fallen to exhaustion, or worse, seduced by the haunting. Faded parchment containing the last words of the lost pilgrim. Better I die here in the damp dark than join those poor sods, trapped to stumble, aimless and empty, until their limbs fall to dust. Filthy rag marked with the scroll of an underworker. So much suffering. Are we truly chosen, or have we sinned unknowingly and are now punished for it? Words of a weaver from a nest beneath bone bottom. Hide her deep, the despised child, our shame shown in shell of iron. She is a wish cast vain, divinity mimicked in form too frail. If I happen upon more curiosities of this kingdom's past, I may visit again. Until that time, keep yourself safe. That's what we call lore. Pilgrims who have become disillusioned. By Claw, who is this bold warrior standing so calm and cool on the entrance to Pliny's Bellhelm? Merely a traveler, sir, though one whose blade could benefit from your service. Your blade, of course, fierce warrior. Any fine pinmaster would detect the signs of deadly work upon that needle's edge. If your weapon sharpened would see our lands that much safer, then honor decrees or receives my care this very moment. Well, say I take a look. Please, more damage would be huge. Needle sharpened. Bonva, it is done, brave warrior. By my expert claw, your strange blade has received some fast, sharp shine. Shall cut cleaner than ever before. Your efforts provide great aid, Pinmaster. You have my thanks. Can the blade be honed further? Further than Pliny does provide. Impertinent, but maybe. But no. You hesitate? Then is it possible? Are you incapable? Shall I seek others within the kingdom? Wait, yes, seek not others, but in oil, fabled and fine. With it, the citadel once brought gleaming edge and point to its pins. Though the citadel's pinmasters are long past, some small store of that miraculous elixir. That's what that one's for. The weird food. I think. Crazy I beat Final Judge without it? I'm just built different. Chakra! Poshanka child-wielding needle. This hardtime is cut free of its curse. Tell me, was it your blade that brought it saving? My shock would be great if another here managed the feat. I slew a tall creature above the town. A weaver, I suspect, the one twisted in purpose. By voice and claw, it aided, perhaps guided, the thread that strung the town. It's 1 o'clock. Yeah, Wolfie, please get rest. Thank you so much for hanging out. This one still lived, though if it was a weaver, it was broken in a savage way. Its own silk was bound, pinned deep within its shell. A cruel punishment I have not before witnessed. Even broken, my envy remains. A weaver's fabled skills to meet one in combat means great challenge and great pride in victory. Dang it! You can't... But could you have had the maps for the areas I've been? Man... Yeah. I wonder at this land. Something heavy hangs above, like shadow. I hope the little fleas have not much danger here. Look here, all these lively fleas flock to our caravan. Thanks to you and your hunting, our numbers go grand. Mayhap in time we should grow to match even those caravans of our fabled past. To see so many safe is a welcome sight, Flea Master. Their playful cheer suggests you are a fine steward for the swelling troop. Such kind words, Miss Hornet. Oh, well, lucky we are to have found a friend so fair. But now we must away. These moors have been our host long enough. It is time to climb and hoist towards drier caverns. Good friend to fleas, would you join us on this next journey? Wonderful, wonderful. The fleas will be overjoyed to share this next journey with our favorite companion. Let us away. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah! Yeah! Look at them all! Video game's good, chat. Another journey complete! And a new high spot for rest upon the doorstep at the mighty citadel, no less. It is fortunate that all your companions arrived at the track, Flea Master. The howling rise beside and the tangled wood before it would have claimed the lives of countless bugs. Indeed, a perilous ascent. Perhaps it was your company that brought us luck, Miss Hornet. It surely puts us fleas at ease to have you and your weapon riding close. Ah, and before the road steals you away from us again, allow me to offer you a humble gift. One of the little ones found a pale artifact while digging about in the sands, a spiny, cold sort of thing. I see no use in it if we flee, so of course we are all too pleased even to bestow it upon our dear friend. Oh, huge. Good thing the judge isn't here anymore, right? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, back in. Wait, what? What do you mean I can't re-access this area through this? What do you mean? Why would you do this to me? Sigh. Okay, I feel like there has to be something there. That's such a suspicious place to be. Still, it is okay. This is fine. We will simply go back up to the slab, and we will access the area that way. And that'll be enough. That'll be enough. I should rest here, just set my spawn point somewhere vaguely useful. But I see little value in trying to go farther in bile water right now. So I think it's time for more citadel. But yeah, I did hear that you can skip the boss, skip the annoying, flying boss by doing that. It seems like a kind of a waste, I'm gonna be real. Like, that was a fun fight. As well as a good cheese. It's not one that I think I would do very often. Ooh, down. This way. Sherma, tell me you're still here, bud. Oh boy, Sherma, where have you gone? Sherma, what terrible news have you brought upon yourself here? Wait, this is so huge. Oh, that's so sad. Wait, this is also a bench? Okay, something sus about this bench. I mean, I'll sit on it, but it doesn't mean I trust it. Okay, so that's a big improvement. Turns out. Not having the sharpened nail, huge freaking, or the sharpened needle, huge freaking problem. Nice, and this is the whole area here. That I had not been to yet. Oh right, and this is the area I can't access yet. Stop it. I'm just gonna go up this way, okay? Screw you. Okay. New area. Featuring more clockwork. I cast gun. The sound design for this area is so freaking good. Oh, I'm right there with you. One of the absolutely most gorgeous sounding areas in the franchise to date. Great bugs, you who weep as your kingdom face, join me on this stage. Together we shall inflame the passion of Farloom. Oh boy, another singer bug? Do I have to go up in order to access? Okay, you still take 7 hits? Well, that's not the access point. And if that's not the access point, then... There it is. Well, there I thought it was? Well, that's reaching all sorts of strange places. Huh. According to the AI talks you had at the start of the stream, Nintendo's reportedly lobbying against AI. Let them fight? Dot meme? I mean, as we talked about fairly extensively on stream. There's no, particular love lost for Nintendo. Around these parts. Huh. That's a silk dispenser. Nope. And that's broken. So if that isn't how I get to there, then where is? Bye. Ow. I mean, fair enough, right? It's nice to see someone not getting got. Literally anyone. I will certainly give you that one. White key. Is this for... Yep. For the thing on the exact opposite far extreme other side of the space. Well, DA0 time. I'm sure this is fine. Oh, that had a bench. Oi, you there. It was you, right? Ringing that great clanging bell just now, right when I'm trying to get some sleep. Admit it, you've done it, you shifty little bell runger. You've chosen a curious place to rest, sir. Do you perhaps know something of this shrine? And its companions in the lands below? Ah, so you ask plenty questions as well as getting bells free, eh? You certainly ain't a pilgrim, but you're clearly not the choir either. No, I know exactly what you are. A bell-ringing lout! A weirdo! Don't you realize what you've done waking that shrine back up? That bell has rung out far and wide. The wretched and the lost will have heard his call. They'll be making their way here now. Well, what's wrong is wrong. Just make sure you come back here soon, you lout. You can help me deal with all the dirty little pilgrims and desperate scavengers who turn up. Okay, but I want to have myself a little sit first. Like, go have myself a wee bit of a sit. He's a little cranky because I woke him up. The shrine awakened, it calls out to him, you see. It's safe, you're coming over, ringing in the ears of every lost pilgrim and grubby so-and-so unlucky enough to have made it to this blasted citadel with their wits intact. If time permits, sir, but I shall visit again. Do you think that there's a useful fast travel point nearby? Or have I just been trolled? Nicest Citadel Priest. Hey, look at that. It's a fast travel point. Not that I have a lot that is super useful or that I want to do with that yet, but... nice to know it exists. Yeah, because, like, there's not a lot important for me to do with that yet. So I'm going to simply not. I just see if there's a secret here. There's not a secret here. Oh, that guy's big. He's got a violin bow? That's so freaking cool. That's so freaking cool that he's got like a violin bow as a weapon. Such a fun bit of design. Ow. Ow. I don't agree. Man. Hey look, it's plot. Chad, aren't you excited for the plot? It looks very Mantis Lords coded again. Ow. Okay, I see what you mean about loving this fight. This fight is so freaking cool. What the heck? I'm just gonna heal up real quick, because this is gonna get spicier. Yep. You know, the same dance but faster. Shit. Third try even faster? Oh, now they're offset of each other. I don't agree. Yeah. Damn it. That's right, we're good. Huh? How did that hit me? I don't think that should have hit me. Teacher knows how to make a good dance, right? And leading into the dance as like a function of how this works. So for oh, we're not done. Oh shit. Well, now I'm sad. Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on, the clock works. Aww. Wait, hang on, don't try and make me sad about this. No, I adored that fight. Oh, I adore that fight. I assume this takes me up. I assume this takes me up. Pilgrim of Farlim Eternal, you rare chosen who hath ascended to this final threshold, listen to our wish, deliver it, that you may rise above and see your pilgrimage end. We would hear the song of the architects at the core of our citadel, they who sustain our realm, its walls, its floors, and its voice, even as others fall silent. We would hear the voice of the keepers within their grand vaults, they who guard our history, our prayers, and our secrets across the ages. We would hear the melody of the conductors, high in their gleaming towers, they bearing the heaviest mantle who would guide our land ever onto greatness. Pilgrim of Farlim Eternal, regale us with our threefold song, that you may rise above and worship before our kingdom's divine heart. Okay then. We have to learn 3 things. And yeah. If you're gonna charge me money for this again, by the way. So what history analysis are we doing here? Well, when it works, when we start assembling enough lore to have methods, we're gonna start talking methods. Right? So right now we see some real history things, right? Historical concerns like, you know, or sources being tax records. Oh god. Right, the idea that that one of the things that Farlim assembles is tribute records. Opens some really interesting records for, or interesting space within which we can understand Farlim as, exacting theocratic empire in the sort of, right, if we knew a little bit more about the theocracy, I mean, it's obviously Catholic-codic, but you could also look at spaces like, oh shit. You can look at spaces like Achaemenid, right? The idea, I guess, of a king of kings, but also some sort of divinity associate within that. Well, damn it. Thank you. Damn it. Ah, we're not done yet. We're actually still not done? That's crazy. So, right, so, sorry, we got distracted by a fight. Show. Some of the things that, are definitely tied in, relevant, present, within a lot of this are, okay, yeah, that's there. How to say this? I'm trying to put the thought together while I'm talking. Which makes it difficult sometimes. Don't do that. Did you know it is easier to think and then talk? And then versus talking at the exact same time as you're thinking. So neither thought comes out. But, you know, tributary empires are super cool. And the use of religion as a social power to help exact tribute is super cool. Not cool as in good. It's, gee, that's neat, sort of cool. Not, I endorse this practice cool. Ow. That hit me through the freaking... How and why did that hit me through a wall? That was not okay. How dare you do this? How dare you do this to me? Really, there's not a shortcut through there. Oh, I thought for sure there was going to be a shortcut through there. Anyway, apparently I didn't trust, Really? Really? Thank you for giving that to me. Well, shit, this is another combat gauntlet. Whoa! That did so much damage. Okie doke. But... yeah. There's a thought. I know there's a thought. Where is that thought? Where'd that thought go? Chad, I'm afraid there's been a mass casualty event. My train of thought disappeared inside a tunnel and has never... is unlikely to be seen again. Look, I got distracted by the... oh god, this fight. Right, their use of religious iconography as a way of escaping. What a... Right. Let me try and think of a really good example of, like, using religion in this super explicit way. Right? Because, of course, a lot of this religious, sort of the religious power that underlies some of this, can be applied to Catholicism too. Right? I mean, there's this whole phenomenon called the tithe. Which is pretty much just more taxes. Oh, that pulled me straight into it. Oh, that was so unfortunate. But... if that was unfortunate, it was because it gave me oomph. So, you know, it's not beating the Catholicism allegations. But, that's okay, I'm not sure it needs to. Shit. Meh. Yeah, what specific ways in the use of religious imagery? Right, a lot of it is, well, you might look at, like, I guess... power protection, by Egyptian pharaohs, often makes use of religious imagery, to think of subjugation. So, you know, arguably the temple at Luxor is a really good example of this. Ramses the Great loved putting his face on everything under the sun. Bye. And so, but you could treat that as a example. of just like royal power protection, right? Ruler power projection. I think, though, there's also room for, ooh, another chunk. That's cool. So I am now close to, and by close to I mean halfway to being able to do stuff. Is that actually all that's down here? That seems so... Well, no, it's clearly not. There must be a way to get up. Here in Serbia, almost the entire the Manic dynasty, and so they built tons of churches with their family being portrayed as saints. Really good example. Ooh, really like that example. Right, so exploiting Christianity as a way of... Now, I guess, effectively... There. Can I do it just off of this? If I'd stayed pointing down, that would be cool. Ah, that's so close. That pulled me straight into it for no reason. No. There we go. Now, crap. About to go engage in local politics. Good luck. There we go. That was the point I needed. No! That's okay. The reason why it's okay is that we are so close to being back. Or to being in an area. And I bet that's one away. Okay, back to the good old-fashioned run like hell. Oh, and then die. But we are like one room away from the point. But yeah, right? Exploitation of conversion to Christianity would be a really good... ow. Is a really good example of the... I need to not do that! Seriously? Fine. We'll just try this whole thing again. See if I can. Oh, damn it, there's one if I had to go one farther up. But I'm here again, so that's something. No! Yeah. I don't agree. I so don't agree. I continue to disagree. I'm getting the jump. I'm hitting the jump button, and it's not registering it. There we go. Close enough. Welcome back, Path of Pain. Basically. Like, Path of... This is White Palace. This is by no means Path of Pain. Let's just be quite clear on that front. Let me be just extremely clear on that this is by no means Path of Pain level difficult. Oh, that what? Oh. Ow. No! Oh, it gave it to me. Never mind, we're so back. And then I died immediately, but, you know, but that's neither here nor there. There we go. Thank you. That was both very nice and very good. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna trust. Just run. You know, just be faster. Apparently is what I was missing. Hello! How are you doing? Oh. Close enough. Welcome back, Dung Defender. Wait, never mind. Ow. Did I even get the heal off? Damn it. Dead. Game loves its combat arenas. Game sure loves its combat arenas. Seriously? There we go. No, I don't agree. There we go. We're through here again. It's better. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We don't have another combat gauntlet, right? No, who am I kidding? Of course. The thing I'm actually very worried about is that we're going to break combat gauntlet straight into a boss. That was an odd trade. Thank you. Ow. Dang it, I'm one tick away. Get down here. Imagine doing this if I had not done this. Any thoughts on the history storytelling of the game so far? You really categorically contradicted to the different storylines? I agree. Right? Some of the more interesting things right now are very much the like the tax records, the tribute records that says on X harvest send X much stuff, and the oath of fealty. That feels very authentic to how theocratic imperial forces constructed their legitimacy. And also, vaults. Is the sort of administrative record that actually makes empires function. I don't agree. Right, yeah, it's one of those where it's like, you know, we see so many tax records or tribute records. It's one of our main forms of documentary evidence for like pre-modern empire. Is we have so many tax records from you know, China, from Japan, the Persian empires, Rome, right? This idea of tributes as being something really, really important. And of course, Wayfarer, the Wandering Merchant, the old merchant pilgrim, Jubilana was seen wandering down the Quorum chambers, but she never made it up here. Has some foul misfortune befallen her? So, you prefer the relations better, like prehistory and mythology, but you like basically all of history? Good. That's a good spot to be. Well, see what your brash behavior has wrought, Bellringer. Just as I predicted, this once peaceful sanctuary is now crawling with all sorts, with the beginnings of a shabby little settlement all huddled around this old shrine. These poor bugs, all are victims of the citadel and its insidious attraction. This place draws them up into its maw, only to consume them utterly. Tributes. So, let's distinguish between different types of tributes. So you're correct, but... Right, so there are tributes as a day sort of offering in the context of a religious ritual. Right, so in the middle of a ritual, you're going to offer up an animal or something of value, right, in order to ensure good health, a good harvest, good whatever. Right, that happens all the time. But... Oh, well, I skipped a couple things. And we're also in ads, so we will let the ads tick on. I'll just let y'all know. Bellringer, you might think me a dullard, but I understand this place and have well good senses. Brought here, weren't you? From beyond the border of our lands? You are correct, the one who waits atop the citadel. Through their hospitality, I arrived in this kingdom. I seek now to return that welcome in kind. Beastly words then. Finely spoken, but beastly all the same. Just pray you don't bring any more unneeded pain down the hands of these gormless little pilgrims. Aw, he's sweet. And Raven, thank you for redeeming the Marginalia moment. Everyone who is subscribers, you have emotes drawn from real art, mostly medieval. So, this is a great time to go spam some of those. Spam those Marginalia. Thank you, Raven and KJ. And Jakista. Look at those emotes go. Remember, you do get those whenever you subscribe to the channel, and you have a handful just for following. You have a handful just for following, and those are drawn anywhere from medieval art to 19th century Ethiopia to 20th century Viking little guy. to Southeast Asia. Look at them go. Look at all those guys go. And just by following the channel, you get some of those for free. So, let's talk about those tributes. Those tributes are, right... Because tributes, as in ritual offerings in the moment, are one sort of tribute. However, there are other types of tribute. So, the version I'm thinking of largely is basically, right, in ancient Mesopotamia, you're going to have a king who claims rulership over other kings. Right, the king of kings in Achaemenid Persia that shows up. This also is adopted in Rome and other places. So, as they subjugate other peoples on the periphery of the empire, part of the agreement is, we will not beat you to a pulp if you send us X many things on a basis. So, let's use a mythological example. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur begins with the Minoans, right, King Minos, exacting the tribute of 7 Athenian youths every year. And Theseus volunteers to be one of them in order to try and destroy the Minoans from the inside out and destroy the Minotaur. So, he, right, that is a classic example where the more powerful polity, in this case, the Minoans, go to a weaker polity, in this case Athens, and exact some sort of payment on a regular basis in order to say, hi, yes, we are your boss, you are going to help us when we ask for it, and in return, we are going to stop beating your ass with our superior military might. This can gain a religious overtone. Charlemagne, as he's expanding the Frankish Empire in the late 8th and early 9th century, often as part of his subjugation and payment of tribute, forces the German peoples to convert to Christianity. And that is part of his tributary system. Then brings in the apparatus of Christian religion as a way to install Frankish supporters within these newly subjugated lands, and continue to extract wealth in the form of tithes, in the form of bishoprics, routing to nominally to the bishopric itself, but the bishops and nobles had sworn oaths of loyalty to Charlemagne, and so some of that wealth ends up routing back into the Frankish role. Exactly. Right, we'll stop beating you with our superior military, and anyone who messes you will face that superior military instead. Also, you're now part of our superior military. We're volunteering this to you. Have fun. So you found this place too, sister? The Citadel's grand promise has been strangled away by cursed thread, but at least the Great Bell here grants us some sanctuary. We're among the blessed few, granted just a little more living. The Citadel chose us, granted us a little more living. For what purpose, though? Who could say? The Citadel sure didn't choose you. Y'all, you have to understand, the Citadel did not choose you. Hello. Here they limply lay, the castaways and the disillusioned and the used up. It's a sorry settlement you summoned, Miss Bellringer, and a blasted bother for me. Not sure we have anything to offer them. Not even hope. You do care. You do care. That's just that you can't beat him, join him, but if you don't, you die. Exactly. You don't necessarily have agency in the beating or the joining. Like, you kind of don't get that. Of course he does. Care is in his name. True. You're so right. Ow. Shit. I do wonder how you feel about the flies. The flies. The folks in the pit? Or in the slab, I should say. Just want to confirm, are those the folks that you're talking about, Chrome? Yeah. Cool. I don't have a lot of thoughts yet on him, because there's a whole bunch of space... Oh, damn it. I could totally get a pogo shenanigan off of that. Aww. Man. I could totally get a pogo shenanigans off of that. Wait, where does this lead? Oh, this just leads straight down that way. Okay. We don't want to go that way yet. I know, how weird of me. Also, are these books? When we say Whispering Vaults, are we just in a library? Is that why they whisper? Scrolls, but yeah. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna be incredibly pedantic here. Right, I defend the saying a scroll is a book. This is the most pedantic thing. But if we're being truly engaged in the art of pedantry, the thing with a front cover, a back cover, and a spine is a codex. And the thing that has fun and exciting information about the world can be defined as a book. Technically, the art of book binding is codex binding. Shh. The two come to be completely overlapping. Like, I'm not actually going to be attached to this. But you can define, basically you can define it in either informational terms. Oh, bye. See you later. Right, you can define it in informational terms, or in, Ow. Oh, that's bad. Really? Why are the... Don't answer this. But I realized a bunch of the clockworks, at least I assume they are clockworks, are reading. Well, that... Which, Oh, am I stuck? Oh, that's awkward. No, I'm not stuck. Okay. Phew. Ah. How dare you do this to me? Oh. I see you, sneaky little secret. But yeah, you also do make a good point that the written language of Farloom appears to be music. And, like, definitively music. Like, the writing desks are music stands. The notes, the words on the page are written out of notes. And, like, that is completely consistent. Uh-oh. Okay. But yeah, I would suspect, right, this is something I have not fully entangled, or disentangled, I should say. Huh? What do you mean it just completely changed the enemy in the room? What do you mean? You... I mean, I guess. Now there's evil... Yeah, those guys are basically the God Seekers, aren't they? Huh. That's not good. That has what we in the business call lore implications. They do look kind of similar, but the coif on the Godseeker helms was segmented, wasn't it? Yes. But... they're similar enough. I think there's actually, like, an intentionality to be ascribed to that. It also... okay. It also does make me think that these guys are not supposed to be clockworks. A bunch of the other guys kind of had been. Right? Some of the other people with this mask design had all been clockworks. So I was like, what's the story there? Are these clockworks that are reading? And what messed up bug-flavored experimentation does that imply? Yeah! Woo! Well, Jakista, at least one confirmed kind of sort of failed higher power. Like, they're quite explicit that Eva is... we just saw that dialogue earlier today. That she was locked away as the Weaver's shame because it was an attempt at creating a higher power. The attempt at creating a god. No, I don't actually know the Godseeker lore that well. I never beat the Pantheons in Hollow Knight. That's where I went, you know, maybe I don't need to be that good at video games. Maybe that's enough video gaming. These guys are freaking everywhere. Like, holy moly. What are we doing here? Screw your books. Yeah, like, I am not nearly enough of a gamer to even conceptualize reaching, Godhome, or Land of Storms. Like, absolutely not happening under any circumstances. It's just like, nah, no way. Yeah, it's super obscure, Rashkavar. When I first heard about it, I just thought it wasn't real. But yeah, if you beat all 5 Pantheons with like every binding, then you can access a new area once. Can I make minor spoilers? It's not story related? Sure. O great land whose flame doth falter, whose choir's conductor all doth fail. Observe, take heart, that spark is still burning, yon butterfly of crimson grace. All shells shall peal, and voices rage when brave Trobio steps at last upon the stage. Bro. I mean, I know I wanted to get to you, but like, bro. The top of Farlim, you... Oh. Why, yes, indeed. You have a high opinion of yourself, don't you? Oh, Draban, trembling squib, you who timidly step upon the great stage, fate has seen you chosen. Cast away your fear and join me as my partner. Farloom's flame may flicker, but together we shall spark it ablaze. Let us enliven this citadel lost to silence. Let us rouse the soul of this once great land. God damn it, close enough. Welcome back, Grim. Ow. Ah. Well then. We'll give him one more try. We'll see if we can't beat him to wrap up today. No, I actually am out of time. Heck. I was gonna say let's try and beat him, but I just looked at the time. I was like, oh, geez, I'm out of it. So we'll beat him next time. This was a super fun stream, though. I super enjoyed that. Trobio must be Grimm's cousin. He certainly is dramatic enough to be. Jesus. Jeez Louis. But, right, that Circus Pink. Circus Pink, the drama, the association with Flame, strong indication that they are at least related in profession and kind, if not in actual things. And Poopmidgeon Prevenbor, thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully we'll see you around. Tomorrow's going to be more Hades too. So not more of this, but we will be back to this soon. The goal is to try and finish it over the course of this month, so that way next month we can move on to Ghost of Tsushima and Windstorm Legends of Kimori, which opens up here, which drops here in early November already, because the games industry won't slow down. So lots of cool history stuff coming up. Transition back into more explicitly historical games, but we got some mythology and some sort of methods, meta, shenanigan-y, have a good time stuff. So, thank you all so much. That is neat. That is super neat. So, we'll roll the credits and we'll see if anyone else is around. And then YouTube folks, thank you all for hanging out. We will, do this. Well, it looks like Dan Jones is playing, some Silksong as well. So let's send you over from Silksong to Silksong. And yeah, Elin, everyone else in YouTube, thank you all so much. Cause I'm Dan Jones. Dan Jones, if you don't know Dan Jones, is delightful. He's like friend of the sort of New Frame Plus. I mean, if you know New Frame Plus, you know Dan Jones, then you know Dan Jones is delightful. So just very cool, very, very good at video games. So I hope you all have a good time over there. Make sure to wave with our marginalia when you get over there. YouTube folks, thank you all for hanging out. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Bye-bye. And of course, special extra thanks to our patrons who make all of this possible. Their names are on the side of the screen, and if you want to join them, you can click on that link in Twitch chat right now. Also, thank you to Pooping Pigeon, Prevenbor, and Phil McCracken for the follows, and Terra Lingua for the resubscription. Alright everyone, that does it for us here. Have a good rest of your night. We will see you again tomorrow. This is just for the VOD watchers. Lovely having you around. See you later. Bye-bye.